Good morning, everyone. 7 o'clock is the time. Top of the morning to you on a Monday. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. What an amazing weekend of weather we had all across Memphis and the Mid-South. Wasn't it great? I hope it continues. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis to give us the details on that. And Patrick, it's not a bad start to the week, right?
Yeah, not at all. You know, really and truly, we've got a lot of spots who are starting off in the 60s this morning. That's not bad for this time of the year. We probably won't see that for a while, so we'll take whatever we can get at this point. And let's be honest with ourselves here. It's the end of July. It's supposed to be hot. It's supposed to be sticky, but the one positive thing I can tell you this week is while it's going to get a little hotter, the humidity levels will not be to the same extent as what we saw last week and the weeks prior, because that air mass was just so sticky and we could not shake it. Once we scoured it out with that frontal boundary that came through here on Friday, it helped out a lot. It felt so nice outside with the lower humidity, but we're going to start to see it creeping back up here in the next couple of days. But again, not to the same levels that it was this past week. Let's go with First Alert Doppler radar this morning, which is pretty quiet across the Mid-South, so good news there. But we do have some showers and storms not terribly far off from our area. You see the clouds that have fizzled out from the showers that have fizzled out here this morning. This thunderstorm was actually severe warned to the south and east of Columbia, and again, it's pretty much gone at this point, as it's making its way now right to the state line of Missouri and Arkansas. A couple more showers and storms moving across the Ohio River here shortly. But otherwise, again, most spots are pretty quiet. Now, to the north and west, there is another cluster of storms coming towards Kansas City. They've got a severe thunderstorm watch out there until about noon today. And we will have a fairly quiet day here in our neck of the woods, though I can't rule it out given the pattern here that we could see an isolated shower or thunderstorm redevelop this afternoon into the early evening hours. So let's look at our live high five camera over in downtown Memphis. Looking pretty good, looking across Mud Island towards the Mississippi River and the New Bridge this morning. All good and clear and quiet and no problems so far as you're starting off the day. Like I said, 60s in the outlying area, 70s inside the city here this morning, and a couple of spots over into eastern Arkansas. Actually, everybody in eastern Arkansas in the low 70s at this point. Clarksdale's also at 72, 70 in Olive Branch this morning. Good morning to our friends in Batesville. They're at 66 on their way to the low 90s this afternoon. Lots of sunshine, some hazy skies, a little bit of that wildfire smoke sneaking back into the skies thanks to that northerly flow coming in from Canada, and that's helped us out. But it's starting to switch around. Surface winds now turning more southwesterly, and that's going to help to bolster the heat and the humidity here in the next couple of days. Lower 90s, though, that's pretty typical fare for early July standard or late July standards. You do notice that we do have a chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm generally north of the I-40 corridor this afternoon into the early evening hours. More spots than not will likely get away with dry day, and really even the spots that we do see an opportunity for a shower or thunderstorm, most of your day is going to be dry and bright with lots of sunshine here this morning. 60s and 70s on our way up through the 90s. And again, we'll probably top out right around between 90 and 93 today with a chance for a pop-up shower thunderstorm beginning to develop this afternoon into the early evening hours, drifting down towards the south. Most spots will likely get away with dry day. You know, no problems here today, but there will be a couple spots that could catch a shower or thunderstorm, and I can't rule it out completely that it could be a gusty shower or thunderstorm. Clearing out overnight. Tomorrow looks to be pretty similar, pretty quiet, lots of sunshine, back in the lower to middle 90s for highs on your Tuesday. And as I mentioned, mugginess is not going to be necessarily the worst thing in the world. It could be worse. Remember last week, this thing was pegged out all week long, and we were looking towards the weekend where we had a dip in that humidity. Well, that dip in humidity is sticking around this week, but it is still muggy outside. Again, standard fare for us. Of course, you'll stay up to date with us anytime. You can download the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 7-day forecast, really truly, Andrew, is pretty quiet. Outside of the thunderstorm chance that we get this afternoon into this evening, most of this week is going to be pretty dry. There might be a rogue shower somewhere in here this week as we get a few more pockets of moisture to sneak in here, but it's not going to be overtly extensive. And even this weekend, we'll be watching a little disturbance that could kick in a couple more showers and storms sometime this weekend. But again, most of these days are just standard 90-degree days, 70-degree nights with a mixture of clouds and sunshine and a pop-up shower thunderstorm chance.
After the last couple of weeks, Patrick, with all the storms and the triple-digit heat, that is a welcomed 7-day forecast. Really appreciate it, Patrick. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, now let's talk about water usage. It's nearly back to normal for some people living in Germantown. It comes several days after being told that they could only use the city's tap water for flushing the toilets. They couldn't use it to drink. They couldn't use it to even shower. We have Action News 5 Sydney Hawkins now live with an update on all this. So, Sydney, what areas are in the clear this morning? Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Andrew. These are going to be people living east of Forest Hill Irene here in Germantown, and we have a map for you if we can pull that up and put it on your screen. These are people who live in between Forest Hill Irene and between Poplar Avenue and South Houston Levy Road in Winchester. So some street names will be Forest Hill Irene Road, Poplar Pike, Crestwind Hills Drive, Johnson Road, and some areas of Wolf River Boulevard. Now, there are some instructions that Germantown leaders want these people to follow before they consume or shower or cook with this water, and that's going to be to flush out your pipes to kind of clear out that water that's been standing over this long weekend. So you're asked to run your hot and cold faucets for 5 minutes. If you detect an odor, you're asked to run those for 15 minutes. You're then asked to open each cold water tap and then run it for 5 minutes, and then you're asked to repeat those steps, this time using hot water. So we know several tests have been running all throughout the weekend, so Germantown leaders could give the green light to those people living, again, east of Forest Hill Irene. We can expect those same tests to be ran so that everyone else living in the city can also receive the green light.
Wow, okay. Still very much an issue there in Germantown. Sydney, we really appreciate you and your reporting this morning. Thanks very much.
Sure.
Okay, now let's talk about the teen in the murder of John Moderna, known as the Watermelon Man. He's due back in juvenile court later today. 15-year-old Demarion Tackett is facing several charges, including first-degree murder. The state plans to charge Tackett as an adult, but before that can happen, the judge said a psychological evaluation needs to be performed. The Memphis mother charged in the connection to her 4-year-old daughter's death will return to Shelby County Court at the end of the month. We're told 24-year-old Brittany Jackson still hasn't received a mental evaluation yet. Her daughter, Sequoia Samuels, was found dead in a trash bin last month after Jackson and her boyfriend reported the child missing. That's Jalen Hobson, the boyfriend. Jackson's lawyer said he sent paperwork to the West Tennessee Forensic Office late last week, and we're told Jackson's mental evaluation will be made a priority. Her next court date set for July 31st. It's been days of nonstop outages throughout the city of Memphis and Shelby County. MLGW is available for most of the county. It's usually the only one. It has been hit hard on during these last few storms, and the restoration efforts continue at this hour. Some people living in Bethel Grove say they feel like their neighborhoods aren't being prioritized. In fact, one person says coming home to a dark and warm house hasn't been easy since the death of a family member.
It's been hard because I lost my uncle, and I was close to him, and I thought everybody was going to be able to come over here today and yesterday for the repairs and stuff, but they couldn't because I ain't got no power.
Over the past week, more than 200,000 MLGW homes and businesses have faced some sort of power outage. Mississippi state lawmakers and community leaders discussing possible solutions to better serve the 11,000 homes and businesses served by the Holly Springs, Mississippi Utility District. They met Friday in Holly Springs at the request of state reps John Faulkner and Chris Brown. Michael Howell is the assistant electric superintendent for Holly Springs Utility District. He says one of the biggest issues is the lack of resources.
We've been talking about this for years and years, and we haven't had no success in getting everything up to date.
And I just hope and pray that that we all will work with each other and be patient, and that I think we'll come out on the other side better than we are now.
The public will be able to comment during a July 31st meeting from 7 to 9 at night. It'll be at the Eddie Smith Multipurpose Center. Hard Rock Cafe Memphis is set to close its doors later this month. Ahead of the closure, they hosted an event to thank their staff, both past and present. It celebrated staff members for helping create the venue it became known for. The 40th Hard Rock Cafe has served both local Memphians and tourists since 1997. It's set to close its doors for the final time this weekend. Arkansas parents may have to pay a little more for your child's lunch this upcoming school year. Districts across the state feeling the effects of inflation. The state government recommends raising the price by 30 cents of those lunches to cover the mandated increase in milk inflation. Education leaders urging parents to fill out an application to see if their children qualify for a free or reduced lunch. And tax-free weekend, well, it begins in, well, first off, let's talk about school districts getting ready to go back to school. West Memphis returns later this week, July 26th, DeSoto County, Oxford, Mississippi. They return August 3rd. Memphis Shelby County schools head back August 7th, along with some suburban school districts. I want to show you some of those right there. You can see it right there. Also, the week of August 7th and August 8th and 9th, you have on the 8th, Germantown Municipal Schools, and then on the 9th, Collierville Municipal School District.
Well, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, and we want to tell you about a commercial kitchen that is really changing the game for aspiring restaurateurs. We're talking about the Memphis Kitchen Co-op, and joining me now to talk more about their story, how this all came about, is Molly McCracken. She is one of the co-owners. Molly, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing really good. I've been excited about talking to you about your operation there. A while back, it may have been even almost a year ago, we talked to Jennifer Chandler, who featured you guys in one of her articles. And so I was like, this is such a cool concept. I want to know more. So I guess first things first, how did this even all come about?
So we own a small business called Amplified Meal Prep. And so we have been a small business that has been looking for kitchen space. We have been in other shared kitchens before. We needed a bigger space for our production. It's what they consider second generation kitchen space, kind of maybe like something that's been a restaurant in the past that has a kitchen already in there. But, you know, not necessarily a retail storefront. We just need a space for production. It's very hard to find those here in the city, and especially at an affordable rate if you are a small business that's just starting off, trying to get the money together for your equipment, your small wares, your insurance, your rent. All of that can be a lot when you're just starting out. So we decided that we needed a bigger production facility. We've been in business for about 5 years, so we decided to build this kitchen space. We don't use the kitchen space all the time for our production, and we know how much these small food entrepreneurs need spaces like this. So we have opened up our kitchen. We've got 60 tenants right now, and growing. And this allows these small businesses to come in at an affordable rate to get started, to kind of pursue their dream of having whatever food business they want. And like I said, we've been in this position before. So this is something that we can really do to help out these small businesses. It's really great.
And what I think is so awesome about this is I don't think the timing could have been better, because we were going through the pandemic. A lot of small businesses struggled, or there were even some people that were wanting to make their side hustle their main source of income. And so this helps them to maybe make that happen in a more economic way, because like you said, just getting all of the things you need to be able to establish a commercial kitchen is not an easy task. It's overwhelming. Is that something y'all were finding when y'all were talking to your clients?
Yeah, absolutely. And you really hit the nail on the head. When we opened up the co-op, kind of right smack in the middle of the pandemic, which of course made us a little bit nervous, but it really turned out to be great, because a lot of these people, you know, maybe they had lost their jobs, or they'd been in the service industry. They were chefs already. They have a passion for food, and their restaurant jobs got shut down and they needed work. And what a better, you know, time to start my own thing. So yeah, that really did. And it, you know, having the co-op available to those people really helped gave them that push. Like, okay, well, I have a space and it's affordable and I don't have to put all this money up front. I can do this.
Yeah, I think that's so awesome. And there's a lot of businesses that have started on social media during that time too. And so this helps them to be able to grow, to expand, and to meet that need. One thing that I think is really cool about this too is it's a community. I mean, you're building this community of people locally that have the same sort of passion at all different levels of that passion. Like your company, y'all had been established for 5 years. Y'all can help be a mentor to maybe some of these new people coming in that don't really know how to get started, right?
Absolutely. I always tell people, like, this is a community. When they come in, everybody pitches in, everybody cleans up after themselves, everybody helps each other. And it's great when we get to see these vendors collaborating. So we may have caterers where desserts are not their specialty, or they don't want to mess with dessert. So they might get with one of our dessert vendors so that they can put their product with whatever meal presentation they're doing. And maybe we have some people that are doing real-time ordering pop-ups, and they're not going to make dessert. So they're going to bring in one of our cheesecake vendors to offer cheesecake on their menu. So it's really awesome to watch people collaborate and come together on different things. It really shows a sense of the community that we have there. We also have our marketplace, which is super cool. And it's really fun to see all of our vendors on social media sharing each other's posts, supporting one another. And that's what we really wanted to build with this, is a massive community atmosphere where people could talk to each other, get advice, and just help each other along the way, not necessarily make the same mistakes that some of us have had to make along the way when starting our businesses.
I love that whole idea of collaboration. And like you said, sharing each other's posts, it's like one person's followers can now become your followers, and it helps your business.
Exactly.
So it's local entrepreneurs helping each other, which I think is great. And you were mentioning that marketplace. Tell me more about that. Is that something that you maybe want to grow a little bit more? Because it sounds really cool to be able to go in there and know you're buying local.
Yeah, so the marketplace, that's my baby. That is like my favorite part of all of this. So we have, right now we have about 30 of our vendors that are actually in our marketplace, because our vendors range from, people who are caterers and they don't necessarily want to produce anything for the marketplace because they're super busy with their business. But then we have people who are really just starting off who don't have a huge clientele. And so this marketplace gives them the opportunity to put their product in front of clients that would have maybe never seen it otherwise, because maybe they are predominantly selling based off of, Facebook or just their website. And so, like you said, it kind of becomes a network. So people that come in for, say, like our amplified meal prep meals, they're going to grab their meals, what they came in for, and then they're going to walk down the cooler and they're going to grab a little of this and that from all the other vendors that we have. So the marketplace has so many different things. So we've got everything from giant cookies, cheesecakes, gourmet meals. We've got our amplified healthy meals in there as well. We've got keto, gluten-free, sugar-free, gourmet popcorn, CBD. We have Asian, Ethiopian. I could go on. We have tons of vegan vendors in there as well. So we've got pre-made vegan meals. And it's all local. And I tell people, because I'm a gift basket maker, so for like the holidays or a birthday, or if I'm doing a host gift, I always like to put a little basket together. This is the perfect place to come and shop local and support these small local businesses. When you buy from the Memphis Kitchen Co-op, you are really supporting a vendor who may be working just themselves. They might not even have any employees or any help, but this is a dream of theirs. They make the most amazing cheesecake, and this is what they really want to do. And you're supporting them and their family, and just local Memphis people.
I was going to say that I like the idea of using something like that as a gift, because it's kind of like a taste of Memphis. You know what I'm saying? So maybe if you're going out of town and you want to share a taste of Memphis with some of your family members, that's a good place to swing by. And then you just have a whole variety, because you were mentioning at least 30 vendors are part of that marketplace. And I think it's so awesome because from what I understand, y'all been around since 2021. Y'all already have 60 vendors that are working out of your facility. What does that say? I mean, did it surprise you, the reaction you got? And what does that say about, Memphis really taking a step forward and wanting to kind of be their own boss? A lot of Memphians doing that.
It feels great to be able to give these businesses the space to grow and to start their business. We've got a couple business owners who actually came in who have used the facility. Their business has blown up, and now they have moved into their own facilities. And honestly, that's what we want to see. That's what we're there for. We've been part of shared kitchens in the past. That allowed us the time and space to grow and to save a little bit of money that we needed to open our own space. And, we have people who, they don't have any they don't want their own space. They're happy where they are. They've got great affordable rent. Most of everything is provided for them. And so it allows them to be more profitable and not to have the overhead. It's really great to watch them grow. And, at the end of the month, when we get to write the marketplace checks to all the vendors for all of their sales, and, that first month where they really increase their sales and they're so excited, like that's one of our favorite times of the month.
And I want to ask, you were mentioning some of these different success stories, people that have now ventured out, they've grown so much, they have their own space. Can you talk about can you name drop a few places that are either working out of there now, or some of those recognizable names that people around the Memphis area are going to know?
Yeah, so Wolf River Popcorn. There's somebody that you're going to find in a lot of local grocery stores, Kroger's. We've got Bluff Cakes. You might recognize that off of TikTok. She has a huge following, and she makes these giant cookies, and they're like this thick, and they're one of my absolute favorite things. Those are really, really fun. She's doing a pop-up actually in the marketplace this Friday. They are in the process of building out their new space. We also have Sift Bakery. She does macarons, and she is now located in Saddle Creek in a pop-up shop. And so I know that's going really well for her. It's really cute. It's very Instagrammable. So if you want to go in and get some great macarons and some Instagram shots, it's a really cool place to go.
It's cool that you mentioned that, because we actually do a segment with Jennifer Chandler every other week, and she was talking about Sift. We have some pictures from earlier that
Yes.
Jennifer shared with us. Yeah, those they look delicious, by the way. And it's cool that she's doing that pop-up shop. And then you were mentioning Bluff Cakes. I've heard about them too. They were on Bluff City Life the other day, and so I heard about their story, and that was one of the ones that came to mind when I was thinking about how they really just exploded on social media, and now they're sending their stuff everywhere. So I love being able to hear those kind of stories. And another unique thing that I really liked about what y'all do there at the Memphis Kitchen Co-op is that it's open 24/7. So if this is someone that's just getting started, they still have that normal 9-to-5 job, they can plan a time that works in their schedule. Is that something y'all had in mind when y'all first decided to open up?
Excuse me. Absolutely. We were that business, working our regular 9-to-5 jobs. I actually coached after work. So I was 7 a.m. till about 8:30 at night. And sometimes the only time you have to do your stuff is late at night. Some of these vendors really like to get in early in the morning to do their baking before they head off to their regular jobs. So this just gives everybody a lot of flexibility. Our kitchen actually has the ability to hold 12 different vendors at the same time. So 12 different businesses can be in working. So it really allows for a lot of businesses to come in and produce throughout the day, and especially being open 24/7, 365. That's really a huge selling point for a lot of folks.
Absolutely. And for people that are watching right now and they're like, hey, I'm interested in that marketplace, I'd like to come and see some of the different local vendors that are out there, let us know where you're located so people can come out there.
So we're at 7940 Fisher Steel Road. We are the freestanding building right past Kaiser Flooring before you get to the baseball fields.
Perfect, perfect. And before we let you go, Molly, anything else you want to make sure that we share? I know we've covered a lot.
Come support your local vendors. Follow our Facebook page. If you come into the marketplace and you purchase some goods, follow those vendors as well so that you know when they are restocking or when they have new goods. A lot of vendors in our kitchen also do pop-ups where you can do real-time ordering. So if you're looking, for example, Hood Hibachi is in there every Monday through Wednesday for lunchtime. And so you can pre-order straight from them. You can order, they do like a Grubhub, Uber Eats type thing as well. And we have a lot of vendors that do that real-time ordering. We've got Rock and Grub on the weekends, great flavor combinations. And that's something, you know, if you're looking for lunch or dinner. So if you follow our Facebook page, you'll kind of be able to see when those pop-ups are as well. So it's not only the marketplace that you can come purchase food for, but if you're looking for like a quick, you know, hot, fresh meal, you can get those there as well. But supporting the Memphis Kitchen Co-op Marketplace is supporting local Memphis families. You know, you're not buying that third vacation home. You know, you're paying for ballet lessons.
I love it. It's just such a great spot. I love what you're doing. I can't wait to see what's next. I mean, is there a vision for what's next? Y'all want to grow this even more? What's next for you guys?
We definitely want to grow this a little bit more. This is a huge need in every city. Like you mentioned earlier, there's so many people on social media running their small food businesses, but a lot of them are running them out of their homes. So it's not something that's kosher with the health department or the Tennessee Department of Ag. So giving this space to those people allows them to legitimize themselves and to also open up to a much larger clientele, because you've got some folks that will purchase from a home chef, but then some folks just don't feel comfortable doing that. So when a business can get into a commercial kitchen and legitimize themselves a little bit more, and you know, making sure they're up to code and you know, following the health department rules, it's a big deal. And so, yeah, we are definitely working on expanding. I think you'll be able to find us in Jackson, Tennessee soon, hopefully. And we've got a couple other cities on the list as well, maybe something closer to home, close to Mississippi, so we can help out some of those Mississippi food businesses as well.
Super exciting. I love what you're doing, and I love the fact that your vendors, it's such a variety, from people that do catering to popcorn and cakes and, you know, meal prep. It's awesome, and I'm excited to see that it's going to grow even more. And your Facebook page, I was looking at it earlier. Y'all keep that very up to date, and it's a good way to keep track of what's happening, especially those pop-ups. Again, the Memphis Kitchen Co-op, go check them out. Search them on Facebook. You will not regret it. Molly, it's been a pleasure having you on. I appreciate you taking some time to share all the great work that you're doing to help those locally here in the Memphis area.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Amanda. We really appreciate it.
It's not a bad start to the week, right?
Yeah, not at all. You know, really and truly, we've got a lot of spots who are starting off in the 60s this morning. That's not bad for this time of the year. We probably won't see that for a while, so we'll take whatever we can get at this point. And let's be honest with ourselves here. It's the end of July. It's supposed to be hot. It's supposed to be sticky. But the one positive thing I can tell you this week is, while it's going to get a little hotter, the humidity levels will not be to the same extent as what we saw last week and the weeks prior, because that air mass was just so sticky and we could not shake it. Once we scoured it out with that frontal boundary that came through here on Friday, it helped out a lot. It felt so nice outside with the lower humidity, but we're going to start to see it creeping back up here in the next couple of days. But again, not to the same levels that it was this past week. Let's go with First Alert Doppler radar this morning, which is pretty quiet across the Mid-South. So good news there. But we do have some showers and storms not terribly far off from our area. You see the clouds that have fizzled out from the showers that have fizzled out here this morning. This thunderstorm was actually severe warned to the south and east of Columbia. And again, it's pretty much gone at this point, as it's making its way now right to the state line of Missouri and Arkansas. A couple more showers and storms moving across the Ohio River here shortly. But otherwise, again, most spots are pretty quiet. Now, to the north and west, there is another cluster of storms coming towards Kansas City. They've got a severe thunderstorm watch out there until about noon today. And we will have a fairly quiet day here in our neck of the woods, though I can't rule it out given the pattern here that we could see an isolated shower thunderstorm redevelop this afternoon into the early evening hours. So let's look at our live high five camera over in downtown Memphis. Looking pretty good. Looking across Mud Island towards the Mississippi River and the New Bridge this morning. All good and clear and quiet and no problems so far as you're starting off the day. Like I said, 60s in the outlying area, 70s inside the city here this morning, and a couple of spots over into eastern Arkansas. Actually, everybody in eastern Arkansas in the low 70s at this point. Clarksdale's also at 72, 70 at Olive Branch this morning. Good morning to our friends in Batesville. They're at 66 on their way to the low 90s this afternoon. Lots of sunshine, some hazy skies, a little bit of that wildfire smoke sneaking back into the skies thanks to that northerly flow coming in from Canada, and that's helped us out. But it's starting to switch around. Surface winds now turning more southwesterly, and that's going to help to bolster the heat and the humidity here in the next couple of days. Lower 90s, though, that's pretty typical fare for early July standard or late July standards. You do notice that we do have a chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm, generally north of the I-40 corridor this afternoon into the early evening hours. More spots than not will likely get away with dry day, and really even the spots that we do see an opportunity for a shower or thunderstorm, most of your day is going to be dry and bright with lots of sunshine here this morning. 60s and 70s on their way up through the 90s. And again, we'll probably top out right around between 90 and 93 today, with a chance for a pop-up shower thunderstorm beginning to develop this afternoon into the early evening hours, drifting down towards the south. Most spots will likely get away with dry day. No problems here today, but there will be a couple spots that could catch a shower or thunderstorm, and I can't rule it out completely that it could be a gusty shower or thunderstorm. Clearing out overnight tomorrow looks to be pretty similar, pretty quiet, lots of sunshine, back in the lower to middle 90s for highs on your Tuesday. And as I mentioned, mugginess is not going to be necessarily the worst thing in the world. It could be worse. Remember last week, this thing was pegged out all week long, and we were looking towards the weekend where we had a dip in that humidity. Well, that dip in humidity is sticking around this week, but it is still muggy outside. Again, standard fare for us. Of course, you'll stay up to date with us anytime. You can download the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 7-day forecast, really truly, Andrew, is pretty quiet. Outside of the thunderstorm chance that we get this afternoon into this evening, most of this week is going to be pretty dry. There might be a rogue shower somewhere in here this week as we get a few more pockets of moisture to sneak in here, but it's not going to be overtly extensive. And even this weekend, we'll be watching a little disturbance that could kick in a couple more showers and storms sometime this weekend. But again, most of these days are just standard 90-degree days, 70-degree nights with a mixture of clouds and sunshine and a pop-up shower thunderstorm chance.
After the last couple of weeks, Patrick, with all the storms and the triple-digit heat, that is a welcomed 7-day forecast. Really appreciate it, Patrick. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about what is coming up for Memphis Magazine. And this is honestly something that's near and dear to my heart. This is all about the cover story. Look at that cover. I love Memphis Magazine's covers. They're always so great and so creative. The Starrick Building, long live the Queen. And I gotta say, it's my wife's favorite building downtown. It's been dormant for years, and just recently it was in the news being purchased. And what is gonna happen to it? That is the big question. We have someone who went inside recently. Anna Traverse-Vogel joining us from Memphis Magazine. She is the editor and publisher. Anna, I'm so glad you're with us. Good morning to you. Tell me, first off, what was it like to be inside this amazing building that was built in 1929?
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me on. Yeah, it was an incredible day when we had the opportunity to tour the Starrick Building. So we decided to focus our cover story on this for July. And so we had been in contact with Stuart Harris and wanted to talk with him about the building and really wanted to get a look inside because, like you, a number of us, of course, have been driving by the Starrick Building for years, maybe for our entire lives, and just wondering what's in there, what's behind those barriers, because of course, like, it's a time capsule. I mean, the Starrick has not been in use for several decades, and it really is. It's very well preserved, but of course, it needs some love. So we had the opportunity to go inside, and quite honestly, I think a few of my colleagues were thinking like, oh, we'll just kind of explore the ground floor and Stuart said, well, you want to start climbing up some stairs and, and see what's up there. And I was like, absolutely. So we definitely hit our step count that day and got all the way up to the top floor of the Steric building, saw the incredible views and just all of the different pieces of history that you encounter as you climb upwards. There were at one time a lot of offices in there, doctors' offices, lawyers' offices, all sorts of things. It is vast. I mean, truly, truly vast. And each floor has a different feel. So in Sam Chichi's story about the more modern and future portions of the Steric building, what's going to happen, he describes it, and this is something that we all sort of laughed about together, as like, if you've seen the show Mad Men, it's like Mad Men after the apocalypse. So very much those like colors and architectural details from kind of the 60s, but everybody's gone. The carpet's a little squishy, the walls need some significant work, but really great bones and just such an incredible structure.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I think when I see it. It's definitely one of those structures that is gorgeous when you look at it architecturally. You look at how, wow, this thing must have been amazing in its day. But as you mentioned, I mean, it was last used in the 60s. Am I right about that? I mean, tell me in detail what you saw going up to the top.
So the last tenants, I think, moved out more like 40 years ago than 60 years ago. But still, I mean, it's basically my lifetime that it's been unoccupied. So, you can imagine that it does need a little bit of love. It's amazing how secure they've kept it. It does not look as though there's been a whole lot of intrusion, and in terms of keeping it basically intact, I mean, it's there. Of course, they will need to do a lot of work, including electrical work and so on. I mean, of course, when we toured it, there's no power in the building. So this is why we were climbing all of those stairs. There are elevators. And at one time, Michael Finger reports in his historical section, the elevators were like the fastest elevators in the country, in part because I guess in New York and some of the skyscrapers there were regulations on how fast the elevators could go, but these elevators were just zipping. But, no elevators are working now. So we climbed the stairs, and the stairs, as you can imagine, are all internal. So there's no windows or anything. So we were literally using the flashlights on our phones to illuminate our way. And, we would pop out every few floors to see what there was to see. And it was just, there were so many different styles. On one of the upper floors, there was like a lounge for like a kind of a members club. There were different offices, and in some cases there would still be like things left behind. I fell in love with this old, like green porcelain water fountain that was out in one of the hallways that was just so like, it looked like a sculpture hanging on the wall, but it's just a green water fountain, but just so like mid-century and gorgeous. So I know that the new owners are planning to preserve as many of those details of the building as they can. Now, one of the things that Sam talks about in his portion of the story is how much work there is to do. I mean, this is a really, really large project. So, I think that they have a good grip on what's ahead, but We wanted to be clear that, this is not going to be a small undertaking or one that we will see the fruits of in a year or anything like that. It'll take a while, but I also think it's exciting to think about the way that a revitalized Steric building could potentially also revitalize the section of downtown that surrounds it. There are some other buildings in that immediate vicinity that also need a bit of love. And of course, Memphis is known for having a few large empty buildings, and I really think it's so transformational when people can actually find a use for those that doesn't involve imploding them or something like that. I mean, I think in so many cities, you see developers just coming in and wanting to rip down old historic structures. And I really think it's so authentic and so Memphis when we can find a way to reimagine them.
I agree with you. Anna. And I think about 100 North Main that was recently purchased a few years ago. I think about the Chiska that was redeveloped a few years ago. And then, of course, the Peabody, that's been a few decades. But still, I mean, these are amazing buildings downtown that have been renovated and restored back to their original stature, I guess you could say. And then, I mean, okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about Crosstown, this is sort of like if you take Crosstown and turn it vertical. So, the scale is a little bit different, but I know that that these folks are also thinking towards something along the lines of mixed use. So some retail, restaurant, et cetera. Apartments, perhaps a boutique hotel. So a variety of different things in there that will hopefully kind of draw the community in.
Give me an idea of the people who bought the building, and do we know anything about what they're trying to do with it?
Yeah. So like I said, they are planning to do a few different things, some apartments, a boutique hotel if they can make that work. I know they've talked about some retail on the ground floor to really welcome people in. The folks who have bought it are Stuart Harris and Michael Cook. So both of them have a history in this industry. They are the folks who, among other things, redeveloped the Commonwealth building, which is nearby. And if you ever get a chance to go in there, it's like gorgeous. They say that the Commonwealth was really on the scale of the Steric building in terms of the level of complication, although of course it's much smaller. What they had to undertake in order to get to this point was a lot of wrangling over the property, because one of the things that we explain in the story is that for many, many years, one of the reasons that developers had shied away from this project, in addition to the fact that it's just like massive and a huge project, is that the land and the building were basically separate in terms of who controlled them, who owned them, et cetera. So nobody really wanted to get that deep into a deal on the building if they didn't also have ownership of the land. So that is coming up for that's basically expiring in a couple of years. And so that helped aid these guys along in actually getting something done. So of course, we want to be clear in our story. And I think Sam is clear in his portion of the present and future section of the story that this is not done. We aren't looking at something that's already been completed, and there are still a lot of question marks. We think it's exciting that they are undertaking the project. It seems like they have as good a handle as anybody could on the level of complication that will be involved. I think their work is cut out for them in terms of the actual transformation of this space, because, you know, as much as I had fun touring this like sort of post-apocalyptic Mad Men playground, that also means that the space has seen better days. It does have good bones, and I think that they have a good sense of what's ahead, but there's a lot that is still to be done. So we are really thinking about this as something that is an exciting possibility, but still a lot of the details remain to be seen. And I think hopefully they will figure all of that out, and we will see a glorious revival of the Steric building.
Can't wait to read the articles. You can read much more about it later on Memphis Magazine when it comes out next month. It's a gorgeous building and certainly one of the mainstays. And this is the Queen of Memphis, what it was used to be referred to back in the day. There's also another article, Anna, I want to ask you about with regards to Memphis real estate. Tell me more.
Yeah. So, you know, this is, we covered the Steric building, and it sort of goes alongside with the theme of our issue, which is real estate. So we have commercial in the Steric building. And then for our residential real estate feature, our John Sparks wrote about just kind of an update on the local residential real estate market. I think there's been a lot of question about where things are now, and, you know, whose market is it? Is it buyers or sellers? So he interviewed several longtime local experts in the field, and provides some sense of what's coming. So including, you know, things that are a little bit further down the pike, but will have an impact, such as Blue Oval and the effect that may have on the local real estate market, but also just what are the hot spots? What do you need to know about interest rates? You know, if you're planning to sell your house, what are some things to consider if you're planning to buy a house? So just some really kind of practical advice and real world information about where things stand locally, since I know for many of us, the last few years have been a confusing time in residential real estate. I remember there was a time in COVID when home prices were soaring, and my husband's like, hey, Anna, why don't we just sell our house and figure out the rest later? We didn't do that, but maybe it would have been a good idea. I don't know. So instead of just us speculating with our spouses, we thought we would get some insight from the experts, and that's what John offers in this story.
Fantastic. I love it. I appreciate that, Anna. And again, this is the cover story and much more you can read. And the Memphis Magazine, the July edition, with a beautiful cover there. Once again, the Steric building, long live the Queen. Anna, we really appreciate the deep dive into it. Can't wait to read the articles. Thanks very much.
Can I give a quick shout out to our cover photographer? Sure. Justin Fox Burks shot that cover using his drone, and his eye combined with our art director Brian Grappy's talents. I can't say enough about the two of them, so just had to get that in.
Wow. Okay, so that was a drone shot. Very, very nice. I love it. It is beautiful. They did a fantastic job. You should be proud and giving them a shout. Anna, thanks again. We appreciate all the work that you and your staff do each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Ditto.
Okay, I want to tell you about patients with diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, gastrointestinal, or kidney disease. It's the first line of defense in managing and controlling these illnesses. And for everyone else, it's a tool to prevent those conditions from happening in the first place. We know that registered dietitians see firsthand how a nutritious diet is directly linked to preventing and managing so many different serious health conditions out there. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Megan Talley. She's a clinical dietitian with Regional One Health. Megan, good morning to you. Let's talk about medical nutritional therapy. I really haven't heard that term before. Tell me what it means.
Sure thing. So medical nutrition therapy is basically individualized personal counseling informed by empirical research in nutrition to help manage the symptoms of chronic disease.
Excellent. So, so this is something that you're obviously quite familiar with at your practice. Is it something where anyone can? Is this somewhere where anyone can get some of your expertise? I mean, is it someone that's looking for a new kind of diet, just a menu planner, lose weight? I mean, how does this incorporate Memphis and the Mid-South?
Oh gosh. Well, like I said, it helps manage chronic diseases. Sure, we talk about meal plans, we talk about exercise as part of it, but really we also focus on preventative. We love for healthy people to stay healthy as well as to sick people to help manage those symptoms. So good nutrition is a good foundation for anybody in the South, in the North, across the world to just help improve their health and keep it healthy longer. I know I'm saying health a lot, but that is our focus.
Yeah, no question. I mean, everyone's trying to eat better. They're trying to eat healthier. They're trying to better their lives and have a good quality of life later in life. And certainly you got to start with your diet. What kind of results have you seen, both with, I guess you could say, if you want to say, average people and those with serious ailments, like we were mentioning off the top, diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, that sort of thing?
Well, the big ones are, along with managing those symptoms, a lot of people can reduce medications, can just in general feel a lot better. And some people can even stave off or even avoid certain surgeries. So again, it's about the quantity and quality of life overall.
How long have you been doing this, and what's been some of the feedback you're getting from some of your patients?
Well, I've been here at Regional One for almost a year now, a dietitian for about 3.5. And really, I get a lot of feedback mostly from diabetic patients. Again, food is a major part of diabetes, counting carbohydrates, managing your protein levels, routine and pharmacology. But a lot of diabetics think they're just kind of doomed to have kidney issues, heart issues, this slow decline of health, when really good nutrition is a big part of keeping your blood sugars well, not having problems with eyes, with kidneys, with feet and hand pain. Even if you have a long family history of these kind of issues, diabetes, heart conditions, high blood pressure, you can push that off pretty far in the future if you take care of yourself now.
There are so many people that are, trying to improve their lives and trying to, figure out, what's the best diet for them. If there was a mistake that you see more and more people doing when it comes to eating right, when it comes to eating healthy, what would that one mistake be?
You really hit on my pet peeve. I, for one, can't stand fad diets. I feel like they promise these big results for people when really the best thing for you is to try little changes at first. If people suddenly go, say, keto or the melon diet or the cabbage soup diet, sure, you might lose weight because you're eating less. You're thinking more about what you're eating. But in the long term, these kind of big changes all at once aren't sustainable. So after a while, you might lose some weight. You'll go right back to eating the way you did, and you'll feel like, oh, all this eating right thing's a bunch of hooey. But if you just make these small changes, changing soda to water, for instance, is a big one right there that a lot of people can improve their health through. And that's far more sustainable. You're less likely to get burnt out on having to think about it all the time. Really, just general healthy eating is way easier and way better for you than any fancy fad diet or sudden intense change.
No, I like that. Yeah, the fad diets. I mean, you want something that's sustainable, that you can change your eating habits over the long term, and something that you can have for many, many months and years going forward. What are some other simple things that we can do to improve our eating each and every day? You know, if you had to put a bullet point list, maybe 3 bullet points that people can do each and every day to improve their health, improve their diet, what would it be?
I already mentioned the drinks one. We in the South especially love our sodas, love our sweet tea, but they don't really provide us much nutritionally, and they usually pump on the calories. Another one, cooking methods are really great if we cut down on some deep frying, some skillet frying, do more baking, broiling, a lot less fat, a lot better for your heart. Still a lot of flavor, as long as you're adding spices, herbs, that kind of thing. Drinking plenty of water, especially now that it's so hot out, really important to be hydrated. And of course, colors. If your plate is mostly white, beige, brown, you're missing out on a lot of great vitamins and minerals. You know, add some green, some red, some yellow, some purple. It's all something your body craves.
I'm curious because, you know, it's a big thing for many of us who work early in the mornings, what to have for breakfast. And some people like to skip. Some people like to have a big breakfast. Some people have maybe just something very small. When it comes to breakfast, what's the ideal breakfast for a clinical dietitian like yourself, Megan?
Well, I, for one, have a nice bowl of oatmeal. It's a great whole grains, so high in fiber, keeps me fuller longer. I actually make mine with a couple of eggs too, and some nuts, so some protein. Protein and carbs together is not just for diabetics, it's for us too. Carbs give us ready-to-eat energy that's quick to digest and gets us going. But protein helps us stay less hungry longer. It gives us more oomph, and of course helps build muscle too. If we're like having to walk a lot, I walk a lot at my job, so I need the extra. And I can usually make a big batch of it in the beginning of the week, eat off it as I'm heading out the door. So that's a good one. Or baked oatmeal is even better choice if you want to be eating it literally as you walk out the door.
You know, I can talk about healthy eating and diets and that sort of thing forever, but I won't. But I just want to open this up to you and just offer any other tips that you would like the Memphis and Mid-South area to know about. We have thousands of viewers that watch us each and every morning, Megan. I just want to, you know, anything else we haven't touched on that you feel is important when it comes to healthy eating, breakfast, lunch, or dinner?
Well, really, I could give you a bunch of little bits, but just making that first step. I know it seems like a lot, changing the way you can eat. It can seem really daunting, trying to get healthier. People want to lose weight, you know, improve their lab values, that kind of thing. And really, it's just that first step that's important. And that's what we talk about in counseling. We know that the first step comes from you. We give you the education, the tools, and kind of the path to go by to help reach that goal of yours, whatever your goal may be. You know, it's all about you. So I encourage folks to come talk to us. We'd love to speak with you, make you our patient. I'll meet you myself. I'm one of the only outpatient dietitians right now. We're trying to build our team. So if anyone wants to give us a call down at 901-545-7542, be glad to come see you.
Okay, Megan Talley, you're part of the medical nutritional therapy area of Regional One Health, and I'm sure that if people didn't get that phone number, they can just kind of look you up in a search and find you. Medical nutritional therapy for everyone, right?
Sure.
Okay. Fantastic. All right. Well, listen, we really appreciate you. Thank you very much for joining us, and I appreciate the insight. It's not a bad start to the week, right?
Yeah, not at all. You know, really and truly, we've got a lot of spots who are starting off in the 60s this morning. That's not bad for this time of the year. We probably won't see that for a while, so we'll take whatever we can get at this point. And let's be honest with ourselves here. It's the end of July. It's supposed to be hot. It's supposed to be sticky. But the one positive thing I can tell you this week is while it's going to get a little hotter, the humidity levels will not be to the same extent as what we saw last week and the weeks prior, because that air mass was just so sticky and we could not shake it. Once we scoured it out with that frontal boundary that came through here on Friday, it helped out a lot. It felt so nice outside with the lower humidity, but we're going to start to see it creeping back up here in the next couple of days. But again, not to the same levels that it was this past week. Let's go with First Alert Doppler radar this morning, which is pretty quiet across the Mid-South. So good news there. But we do have some showers and storms not terribly far off from our area. You see the clouds that have fizzled out from the showers that have fizzled out here this morning. This thunderstorm was actually severe warned to the south and east of Columbia. And again, it's pretty much gone at this point, as it's making its way now right to the state line of Missouri and Arkansas. A couple more showers and storms moving across the Ohio River here shortly. But otherwise, again, most spots are pretty quiet. Now, to the north and west, there is another cluster of storms coming towards Kansas City. They've got a severe thunderstorm watch out there until about noon today. And we will have a fairly quiet day here in our neck of the woods, though I can't rule it out given the pattern here that we could see an isolated shower or thunderstorm redevelop this afternoon into the early evening hours. So let's look at our live High 5 camera over in downtown Memphis. Looking pretty good, looking across Mud Island towards the Mississippi River and the New Bridge this morning. All good and clear and quiet and no problems so far as you're starting off the day. Like I said, 60s in the outlying area, 70s inside the city here this morning, and a couple of spots over into eastern Arkansas. Actually, everybody in eastern Arkansas in the low 70s at this point. Clarksdale's also at 72, 70 at Olive Branch this morning. Good morning to our friends in Batesville. They're at 66 on their way to the low 90s this afternoon. Lots of sunshine, some hazy skies, a little bit of that wildfire smoke sneaking back into the skies thanks to that northerly flow coming in from Canada, and that's helped us out. But it's starting to switch around. Surface winds now turning more southwesterly, and that's going to help to bolster the heat and the humidity here in the next couple of days. Lower 90s, though, that's pretty typical fare for early July standard, or late July standards. You do notice that we do have a chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm, generally north of the I-40 corridor this afternoon into the early evening hours. More spots than not will likely get away with dry day, and really even the spots that we do see an opportunity for a shower or thunderstorm, most of your day is going to be dry and bright with lots of sunshine here this morning. 60s and 70s on their way up through the 90s. And again, we'll probably top out right around between 90 and 93 today, with a chance for a pop-up shower thunderstorm beginning to develop this afternoon into the early evening hours, drifting down towards the south. Most spots will likely get away with dry day. No problems here today, but there will be a couple spots that could catch a shower or thunderstorm, and I can't rule it out completely that it could be a gusty shower or thunderstorm. Clearing out overnight tomorrow looks to be pretty similar, pretty quiet, lots of sunshine, back in the lower to middle 90s for highs on your Tuesday. And as I mentioned, mugginess is not going to be necessarily the worst thing in the world. It could be worse. Remember last week, this thing was pegged out all week long, and we were looking towards the weekend where we had a dip in that humidity. Well, that dip in humidity is sticking around this week, but it is still muggy outside. Again, standard fare for us. Of course, you'll stay up to date with us anytime. You can download the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 7-day forecast, really truly, Andrew, is pretty quiet. Outside of the thunderstorm chance that we get this afternoon into this evening, most of this week is going to be pretty dry. There might be a rogue shower somewhere in here this week as we get a few more pockets of moisture to sneak in here, but it's not going to be overtly extensive. And even this weekend, we'll be watching a little disturbance that could kick in a couple more showers and storms sometime this weekend. But again, most of these days are just standard 90-degree days, 70-degree nights with a mixture of clouds and sunshine and a pop-up shower thunderstorm chance.
After the last couple of weeks, Patrick, with all the storms and the triple-digit heat, that is a welcomed 7-day forecast. Really appreciate it, Patrick. Thank you. Okay, here I am watching myself on TV there, caught off guard. The Memphis Fire Department remembering the life and legacy of one of their own who was killed in a fire last week in South Memphis. Action News 5's Tavarius Haywood was at the Sea of Red honoring Lieutenant Jeffrey Norman.
The city lit up red as hundreds of firemen and law enforcement lined up to honor one of their fallen first responders.
I don't know that it means as much to me, but it means paramount to the family to see the support turnout from all the local fire departments and respecting and honoring the legacy of Jeffrey Norman. It shows the respect and love for the ultimate sacrifice that Lieutenant Norman made for the citizens.
Growing up around this, I've only ever known what it meant to be a firefighter's daughter. And it's truly one of the most proud things I can say about my dad, and just the brotherhood. Their sacrifice is always appreciated and never overlooked.
Public supports them. We support them. We've got their back, and we're grateful every day that we have them.
Lieutenant Norman's funeral is set for Wednesday at 11 o'clock at Bellevue Baptist Church. In Memphis, Javarius Haywood, Action News 5.
Okay, some new body camera video showing a police officer releasing a police dog on an unarmed African-American man after he surrendered following a high-speed chase. Jesse Kirsch has details. We want to warn you, this video is disturbing.
Do not let them, don't release the dog.
The warning from state to local police came again and again.
Do not release the dog with his hands up.
His hands clearly in the air. 23-year-old Jadarius D. Rose, an unarmed black man, was still mauled by a police dog.
Do not get the dog off of it. Get the dog off of it.
The Ohio State Highway Patrol says the disturbing July 4th incident came after an attempted traffic stop. Police attempting to pull Rose over for driving this semi-truck missing a left rear mud flap.
Not sure what his problem is.
When Rose refused to stop, police chased him for nearly 30 minutes before he stopped and exited the vehicle.
Male driver on the phone right now.
According to authorities, Rose called 911 himself and got out of the semi unarmed with his hands raised.
Come to me. You don't want bit. On the ground. You're gonna get bit. Come to me, man.
But state police say a dog was still unleashed by Circleville canine officer Ryan Speakman.
Buddy, nobody's trying to hurt you.
You just let a dog bite me.
Authorities say Rose was treated at a local medical center and charged with failure to comply with order or signal of police officer, a felony of the 4th degree.
That an officer would unleash a dog on a black man that had his hands in the air and was on his knees. We were mortified by that behavior.
Records show Rose is out of jail. He and his attorney are declining to comment. Here in Circleville, the police department has not made anyone available for an interview despite us asking for one. The department also will not say if the canine officer in question is still on active duty. All of this as state police say that the incident remains under investigation.
Next month, a special session will begin in Tennessee. The subject is gun safety and school safety. It has to deal with the Covenant school shooting. You'll recall that happened last March. That shooting killed 3 children, 3 adults. The shooter was killed as well. Tennessee House Speaker Cameron Sexton stopped by Action News 5 last week and talked about lawmakers and what they will likely do, which is closing current loopholes in firearm background checks. Listen.
So when you go purchase a gun, we think it's an instantaneous. Well, what we have found out is there's 12 years of data that's not in that database. So there are people who are currently able to purchase a gun that should not be able to purchase a gun.
Cameron Sexton says some court clerks across Tennessee are faxing information to the TBI, even to this day. That needs to be entered into databases that would disqualify felons and mentally unfit people from purchasing guns. The speaker says lawmakers will fix a data gap that involves thousands of cases over the last 12 years. And with new school years starting soon, police departments across Tennessee are expected to follow through on Tennessee Governor Bill Lee's promise to put an officer in every school. That is a school resource officer. But until those positions are filled, the money won't be available. The governor says he's trying to remove all barriers.
We've put $30 million in to improve recruitment for law enforcement officials. We've put in $150 million in a violent crime intervention grant fund to help agencies. And now we are funding SROs in every school.
Governor says supplying school resource officers might be a topic for next month's special session as well. So let's talk about longevity and living to be 100. There are 500,000 people worldwide who are at least 100 years old. But get this, scientists are predicting children born today on average will live to be 120 years old. What does the future of aging have in store for us? It was the subject of a Best Life report. Check this out. When 101-year-old Olive Ali Fowler was born, Warren G. Harding was U.S. president. Milk was 33 cents. And she says it was a much simpler time.
We walked and rode bikes, and nobody had cars because nobody had any money.
Ollie met Sid, her husband, for 70 years when they were teens on the ice in Canada. Today, Ollie is part of a growing number of centenarians. So why now? And what is the future of aging? Epidemiologists are making it their mission to find out.
Your chronological age is a certain number, whereas our biological age is a measure of how fast we're aging.
Researchers believe epigenetics is key. Exposures in the environment and everyday stressors can impact your genes, causing some people to live longer than others.
I think there probably are ways to slow down epigenetic age acceleration.
Another area of research, identifying cells that impact metabolism and inflammation. Scientists are exploring whether interventions such as caloric restrictions, fasting, exercise, and certain drugs turn back time on those cells and extend life.
We're on our way to finding a biomarker of biological aging that can be measured in the blood and that can help us understand where we are with respect to our aging process over and above our chronological age.
Researchers also want to know how microbiomes living in our bodies impact longevity.
There may be one-day supplements or things that we can take that help us to age slower.
Until then, Ollie says she will stick with what she knows works, surrounding herself with family and lots of love.
You have to kiss each other goodnight every night.
Ollie says longevity runs in her family. Her father lived to be 98. Her mother was 91. She lost Sid 10 years ago. He died at age 91. Ollie says she drove herself around town until about 5 years ago. She gave up her car at 96. And her last trip was just a few months ago. Ollie missed her grandchildren, so she flew to Canada to visit everyone. With Ways to Live Your Best Life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Federal student loan payments expected to resume soon, and the thought of loan, well, that can be overwhelming for borrowers after a 3-year pause. Let's bring in financial pro Mark Henry back to the Action News 5 digital desk. He's founder and CEO of Alloy Wealth Management, and he's going to talk to us about some of the things we should do to prepare our finances. Mark, welcome back to the digital desk. So tell us how we should be preparing our finances, our budget right now. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And so let's get started on a spending plan. We're going to need to rework and I hate to use that budget word. It seems so oppressing, to live on a budget, but we have to have a spending plan. So let's get an idea of where every dollar is going. That's the first step to finding the extra money that's going to be needed to start paying these student loans. And not only just pay the minimums, let's pay the maximums. Let's get them paid off and get it free of student loan debt. So the first place is to find out where is the money going in the first place. We got to track every single dollar and where does it go.
Exactly. That's what you have to do, and that's a good idea for anything, loans or just every 2 weeks getting your check from work. Is there anything we can do to make the most of our money while this pause is still in effect? Because the student loan payments don't begin until the fall, right?
Right, that's correct. But the idea would be we got to take this time. Hey, it's pretty much a done deal. The Supreme Court's ruled, so it looks like there's not going to be any kind of a loan forgiveness. So let's get our mind around this now. And the idea behind that, even though inflation is ticking down a little bit and stuff, it's still hard out there for a lot of people. So we got to find this extra money. So what are we going to do? We're going to start with figuring out where's the dollars going in the first place, and let's cut out everything that's not needed. There's actually some good apps that you can put on your phone that will help and help you control and get rid of all those automatic deductions. Those are the ones that really add up so quickly. They might only be $10 or $15 or $39 a month or $59 on the subscription services. A lot of the internet ones, the things we do for television and stuff, we can find this money. So first, let's figure out where the dollars are going. Let's get rid of them. Then, while the pause is still in effect, once we find this extra money, let's start paying now. Don't wait until you're forced to start paying it back. Let's start lowering the interest and paying down this debt today. Let's go ahead and have this zero-sum budget where we know where every dollar goes. And let's go ahead and hit these things right now. That's the first step I would say, is let's get after it. Let's go ahead and attack this debt and get it out of our lives so we can truly be free of student loan debt.
You know, I love that idea, and people are going to be thinking about, okay, you know, I gotta make sure I start paying this at this time. But there's other bills to pay, and many people have, you know, rent or mortgage and car payments and other utilities. How do you balance all of that in, you know, after this 3-year pause?
Right. Well, I think that's the first idea, is what you just said. This has to become part of any other bill that you would pay automatically. What I mean by that is, most people, they want to keep their credit rating good, so they always pay their car payment on time. Obviously, they're going to pay their electric bill or they won't have power. We got to start looking at student debt the exact same way. No more putting this off. We took the debt, we took the loans, now let's attack them. And you can truly learn to live free from debt, but it takes discipline. Most likely you didn't get into debt overnight, and whether it's student loan debt or credit card debt, you're not going to get out overnight. I'm always leery of the consolidation loans. Many people are now starting to look at that. And while there can be some reasons to do it, I'm very cautious. So when I think of consolidations, unfortunately, typically, when people do a consolidation loan, what ends up happening is they add all their loans into one easy payment. And then if they haven't changed the habits that got them in debt in the first place, guess what happens to all those other loans? They end up with the one big payment, and they start adding all the smaller payments again. So we don't want to do that. But I could see compiling some of the student loan debt if we could get lower interest rates or things like that, or better terms. Yeah, that might make sense. But overall, it's really finding the money in the budget and treating a student loan payment just like you treat the mortgage payment or the rent payment or the car payment. It is a payment that has to be made.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Now, let's talk about some of the repayment plans that are out there and ways that people can really kind of decipher which plan works best for themselves.
Yeah, so refinancing, as I mentioned, it can be an option. There are some repayment plans, and there's some actually really good websites available for you to take advantage of that the federal government has out there that you can log into and look at some of these, like federal student aid websites and things like that, to start preparing this, quote, spending plan or budgets. The other thing I want to talk about, though, and this is a very little known one, the Secure Act 2.0 gave employers, so many of these people, they went off to college, they've landed the job of their dreams, hopefully, but now they're faced with this idea of, can I contribute to my 401k at work? Well, I don't have the money for that. So they can't even start saving for retirement because they got to pay down all this debt. Well, here's what Secure Act 2.0 did. Employers can now contribute to and put a match in your 401k if you'll pay down your student loans. So think about this idea. You could make a $300 payment on your student loan while your employer, if they're willing, puts $300 into the 401k for you to start saving for retirement at the same time. What a great win that could be for many people. So check with your employer and see if they're offering student loan payment matches to go into the 401k. This could be a great way to not only pay down your debt, but also start saving for retirement one day.
Great ideas, Mark. Anything else before we let you go? You know, we have thousands of people watching here. Is there anything else you want to mention? I know we touched a lot on these student loan repayments plans.
Yeah. So here's the idea. The biggest thing that people find when they get themselves in debt is it seems overwhelming. So it's this idea of how do you eat an elephant? It's going to be one bite at a time. How do you tackle the student loan debt? We've got to go after it with a systematic plan of how we're going to do it. Don't think in terms of overwhelming. It can be staggering, and it really can be depressing, and many people find themselves truly getting depressed. You've got to stand up tall and tackle this, and the freedom you're going to get when you finally get out of debt, whether it's credit card debt or student loan debt, it's unbelievable, the feeling of truly living a debt-free lifestyle. And you can do this. I encourage people to join groups. There's many good Facebook groups and other online groups of people that are in the exact same position you're in, and they're actually farther down the road, and you can learn from these people. Get around people that are going to encourage you to get out of debt and do it today.
Okay, Mark Henry, we really appreciate the advice, the tips, the suggestions. Founder and CEO of Alloy Wealth Management. Thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk.
Well, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and I'm sure you know sleep is so important. And if you didn't know, March is Sleep Awareness Month, and so we are wanting to get some more information about how you can make the most of the sleep that you get and just how it can impact your health. So joining us this morning, we have a special guest with us this morning, Amy Duffy, Dr. Amy Duffy. How are you doing? We're so glad to have you on this morning.
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for having me.
So I want to dive right in because as someone who used to work really odd hours, I used to work a morning show here at one of our television stations within our company, and so I would have to come into work at 3 o'clock in the morning. And it was always difficult for me to make myself go to bed early so I could get enough sleep. And I learned that if you don't get enough sleep, it can really impact your overall health. Can you talk a little bit about some of the impacts that it can create for you if you're not getting that quality sleep?
Absolutely. We see lack of sleep can lead to many chronic health conditions and diseases like diabetes, obesity, heart disease, and even depression. And lack of sleep leads to motor vehicle accidents and lots of mistakes at work, and that can cause a growing number of disabilities and injuries every year. It's really something that we have to get a hold on for our health. I think that lack of sleep is really almost a pandemic here in America.
And I feel like there's been a lot of talk about this particular topic. We just had daylight saving time, and of course that can mess with your sleep patterns and things like that.
Absolutely.
I know there's some legislation going through right now about staying in daylight saving time, and so people are thrown off. What kind of tips? I know that you have some mistakes that maybe people make that keep them from being able to get to sleep. Can you talk about what some of those mistakes might be?
Absolutely. One of the first mistakes is drinking a cup of hot cocoa or warm milk. So did you ever have your grandma say, "Here, sweetie, here's a cup of warm hot cocoa," right?
Oh, yes.
So that hot cocoa is full of sugar and caffeine, and it can be really stimulating and keep you from falling asleep. That warm milk for some can exacerbate acid reflux, waking you up later, making you uncomfortable, stomach upset. And both of these are liquids. Drinking liquids right before bed, you're going to be waking up later to pee.
Exactly. I know myself. I've made the mistake where I would drink hot chocolate, or even some teas out there that have caffeine. Green tea, I believe, has caffeine in it. And so I could see that being a mistake you make. You're drinking something hot, warm, thinking that it maybe will help you relax, but actually it has the opposite effect. So what else?
And here's the other one, right? Another beverage people want to drink right before they go to bed is maybe a glass of wine or a beer, whatever your beverage of choice is, right? And that calms your brain down, thinking, oh, that's going to help me get ready for bed and go to sleep. And it may calm you down initially, but the withdrawal from alcohol can be really stimulating, and it will wake you up later. And alcohol is a diuretic and another liquid, so right before bed, that's going to wake you up later again. many alcoholic beverages have a lot of sugar in them, including that wine or those mixers with maybe a margarita or something like that. And that sugar rush is going to be followed by a sugar crash, and you're going to wake up with night sweats. That's not menopause, lady. That's your blood sugar dropping.
I would have not known that at all. And it's so interesting, though, because you bring up all of these different things, and in your mind, you're thinking that this is helping you sleep, when in fact it's counterintuitive. And one of them that I know is on this list, it was talking about sleeping pills. What's the story with that?
Yeah, so sleeping pills, a lot of people think they're sleeping pills, and really most of them are just sedatives. They're tricking your mind and your body into thinking that you're sleeping, but you're really not sleeping. And you're going to wake up still feeling unrested and even a little bit hungover the next morning. Not a good idea.
Yeah, I understand that. I know when I've been sick in the past, and you take the medicine that maybe the PM, Tylenol PM, and sometimes you wake up feeling groggier than you did before you went to sleep. So, and then of course, we as humans are so reliable on technology, and it seems like we're constantly, we have our phone in our hand. And I mean, could this be another thing that just really keeps you awake at night?
Absolutely. So that light from your cell phone, as soon as you turn it on, it's going to stimulate your brain. It interrupts your circadian rhythm, and it suppresses the hormone melatonin, which is the important hormone that's going to help you sleep. This is one of the biggest mistakes that we see. Instead,
no, continue.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the best things you can do if you want to borrow your phone for a few minutes is have a ready, available, recorded audio of a meditation or a relaxation where you can just ready to go, hit the button and help that calm you down. Do some deep breathing exercises, in for 4 and out for 4. Those are both really good things that can help you fall back to sleep.
I know for myself, I've downloaded that app called Calm before when I've had trouble sleeping, and I think there's even some of that calming sound or noises, the natural noises that you can find on YouTube too, that I've turned to before when I could not sleep, because sometimes my brain just gets so active that I sit there restless at night. So we talked about some mistakes that maybe people make that could be impacting their quality of sleep. Do you have any other tips to maybe help people if they're struggling to be able to get to bed at night and get that quality sleep that we all need?
Yeah. I think anytime we can start the process ahead of time, having a good routine, trying to go to bed at the same time every night is very good. Our brains are ready for that melatonin to kick in. Our cortisol comes down as we go to sleep at night. So anything that you can do to start turning your lights off at nighttime, maybe turn on some of that calming music and start the process early enough to get your brain out of that stimulating sympathetic mode and into our rest and digest mode.
And I know you mentioned something about how sleeping pills can impact your quality of sleep. What about those like melatonin gummies or something like that? Are those helpful?
Yeah, melatonin is the hormone that we need to help us sleep, and it can actually be suppressed with all this stimulation. So cortisol is your wake-up hormone, and melatonin is your sleep hormone. When we're stimulated and stressed and turning lights on, that actually increases cortisol, which suppresses your melatonin. So for some people, taking anywhere from 1 to 3 milligrams of melatonin up to 5 or 6 maybe to start out with, without having a conversation with your doctor. Going higher doses sometimes is necessary, but definitely in those low doses, it absolutely can help calm your brain down and start that sleep process.
Definitely some great advice. Is there anything else you want to add before we let you go?
I think that's about it. You know, like I said, I think sleep is such a powerful thing that's going to help turn our health around. It's going to give you more energy. And we really just have to focus on how can we start that process of getting better sleep, not only falling asleep, but keeping us from waking up in the middle of the night. That's really important. So I appreciate it so much for being on with you.
Well, Dr. Amy Duffy, thank you for taking some time with us, and you have a good rest of your morning, all right?
Thank you so much. You too.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as all of the Action News 5 digital properties. Today, the weather pretty quiet for us across the Mid-South, expecting mostly to partly sunny skies. A rogue shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out this afternoon. Otherwise, again, a pretty standard fare when it comes down to forecasts across the Mid-South here on a Monday and in the latter half of July. The best rain chances will likely be along and north of the I-40 corridor, so places like Blytheville up towards Dyersburg, Ripley, Tennessee, Alamo, Covington, and over towards Brownsville. A little better chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm. We can't rule it out that it could be a gusty shower or thunderstorm. It's just that the coverage of rain tends to be a lot lower here today, as we still have some dry air that's obviously in place. And that's making it feel not terribly bad when it comes down to the humidity levels across the Mid-South. So temperatures this morning started off in the upper 60s and low 70s. We'll quickly ramp up into the low 90s. 92 is about where we should be for this time of the year. And we'll see the temperatures staying in the low 90s this afternoon. Could there be an isolated shower or thunderstorm? Yeah, it's a possibility. Dropping in from the Missouri Boot Hill, western Kentucky, Lake and Obion counties up in northwest Tennessee. Those areas will be the spots to watch out for late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Temperatures will ease their way down into the lower to middle 70s to start off on your Tuesday morning, starting off under mostly clear skies as well. We'll continue with the mixture of clouds and sunshine throughout the day, and a touch warmer for your Tuesday. Highs will top out low to mid 90s. Probably a little bit warmer in northwest Mississippi and eastern Arkansas. Some spots will likely make a run for maybe 93, 94 degrees tomorrow afternoon. It should be a fairly quiet evening ahead going into Tuesday into early Wednesday. Muggy meter not off the charts. Remember last week, this thing was pegged out for the entire week. We were talking about some very muggy conditions across the area. This week, it's still muggy. It's just not as bad as it was, and you will see that there will be some ebbs and flows here, but really and truly it's pretty steady state across the board. So when you look at the air temperature versus the heat index, 92 versus a 99. So 92 for a high temperature, but it feels like temperature is as high as about 99 today. Notice as we get towards the end of the week, it's closer to about 105. That's, again, standard fare for this time of year. That's still plenty hot. You still need to take care of yourself in that type of situation, just because it is going to be plenty hot and not very many opportunities for seeing showers and thunderstorms here in the next few days. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime. You can download the First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Upon the 7-day forecast, 92 goes to 94 tomorrow and Wednesday up to 96 as we head towards the end of the week. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple select spots, especially eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, making a run for maybe 97, 98 degrees as we head towards the weekend. And there will be a disturbance that could kick up a shower or thunderstorm as we head towards the weekend, including today, for that matter. An isolated shower or thunderstorm mainly to the north of the I-40 corridor late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Could have some frequent lightning, gusty wind potential, and not completely off of the table. But again, the coverage tends to be pretty isolated.
Right now, I want to get to one of my favorite interviews that we do virtually every week, but we had kind of a delay with Jennifer Chandler because, you know, the storms we talk about, sometimes staff and sometimes people we work with every day, they're victims of these storms. And so what I understand is you lost power after Tuesday. We were supposed to talk on Wednesday. I'm glad to see you got power now and broadband's back, all that good stuff. How's it going?
It's going well. It's nice to have AC, even though it's still not completely caught up today. I feel like with all this heat and humidity we've been having. But yes, it was a fun, we'll just say, I think about 36 hours without power. But I'm very grateful it comes on. And I'm hopeful that all of y'all out there that do not have power yet, get it on quickly.
Yes, seriously. There's still about 20,000 homes and businesses without power, but hopefully it'll go down even further later today and this weekend. But you have an amazing segment about all these local farmers markets all across the Mid-South. Would love to hear it.
Yes. Well, actually, it turns out things happen for a reason because it's Friday, and tomorrow is pretty much the big farmers market day around this area. Now, there are farmers markets that happen all week long, but some of the biggest ones happen on Saturdays. So we're going to start with one of the ones that's one of my favorites that I go to regularly, have for years. It's the largest farmers market in the city of Memphis. It's the Memphis Farmers Market, which is downtown, and it is just got everything from produce to craftsmen to people making kind of like artisan crafts to people that are selling meats and fish, and there's also entertainment. It's dog friendly. It's really a fun market to go to for a Saturday morning, kind of get yourself out of the house. You can pick up some great food and you can have some fun. One of the things about this market, and most of these markets around Memphis, are their producer only markets. And so what that means is the only vendors that are allowed there are the ones that either grow the produce or raise either the cattle or the catfish or the chickens or whatever they're serving, or if they're an artisan that they've made the product they've made. So these are producer only markets, which makes them really good because it supports our local community, because most of these farmers and purveyors that are at these places are within a few hours drive of Memphis. And so it supports our local economy. Plus everything tastes better because it's fresh. It was just picked yesterday, probably. So it will last longer when you bring it home as well. So the Memphis Farmers Market downtown, and that runs every Saturday, pretty much from, I think it's the beginning of April, maybe through October. You might want to check those dates. But it is not a year-round market. We do have a year-round market in Memphis called the Cooper Young Farmers Market. The Cooper Young Community Farmers Market is, I guess, what its technical name is. And it is over in the Cooper Young neighborhood, and it is tucked away behind the First Congo Church that is there in the parking lot. And it is there every Saturday, year round. And again, a producer only market. This one is easy to get in and out of because it's a little bit smaller, and you can usually find parking on the street. They have some great vendors that are selling, croissants that are homemade. There is a bread baker there for amazing breads. Rose Creek Farms is there, and that's one of my favorites that I get a lot of my salad greens from them. If you haven't tried out their produce, you should definitely check it out. Witten Farms is there. Witten Farms is there. A number of farmers that are at both the Cooper Young Farmers Market and at the downtown farmers market. So Witten Farms is from Arkansas, is one of those. This time of year, if you go by there, pick up their Sun Gold cherry tomatoes. They're like little bites of like sweet goodness. They're almost like, my kids used to call them candy tomatoes when they were little, because they were their favorite. I'd buy a bag of them and like half the bag will be gone by the time we got it through the whole farmers market. They loved it so much. Moving on, another one that is on year-round, but just limited hours is, not year-round, sorry, Agri-Center Farmers Market. It is a little bit longer season, but it is not year-round. And so that is at the Agri-Center, and it's under the big red barn. And as you can see, they have great tomatoes there. They have, all the seasonal produce. And what I love about this market is it's open Monday through Saturday. So you can go any day of the week that you want. You don't have to just plan to make a special trip on a Saturday. Even though I will say Saturday morning going to the farmers market is kind of a ritual that my family does, and it's kind of a tradition that we all love to go together. But if you need to pick up something, Agri-Center International, and I will say they also have Paradise Seafood. Now, this is not somebody that is completely local, but they drive down to the Gulf Coast every week, and they bring fresh Gulf Coast seafood back up to Memphis. And their truck is parked at this farmer's market, usually every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning. So they do have, if you don't follow them on Facebook or something like that, check them out, because their hours their weeks change. But best seafood you will ever get. It's just like you're at the beach. Next on my list is the Hernando Farmers Market. So this is down in Hernando, Mississippi. And this market has won like big awards. Like, it's been recognized. I don't know the exact award that it's won, but basically it was named, I think, the best farmers market in the state of Mississippi or something along those lines. It was a really big honor for them. And so there are a lot of great, it's a big market. There's a lot going on down there. So if you live in the Mississippi area or you want to try something different, there is a peach purveyor down there that is really, really good. So it's almost worth making the drive just to get some peaches down there from them. And then next on my list is a smaller market, but it's something that's dear to my heart, is the Carpenter Art Garden Market. And it is on Monday afternoons from 3 to 5. And if you're not familiar with Carpenter Art Garden, you should check it out. It's in the Binghamton neighborhood, and it is a resource for kids in that neighborhood that they do art projects. It's almost like they go after school, they get tutoring, they can do art projects, and they also have a garden and they sell their produce there. And so not only are you getting something that is delicious for your table, but you're also helping out the community when you shop at Carpenter Art Gardens Farmers Market. Again, it's a small one. They don't have a ton of stuff. It's just what's seasonal. I haven't been this past week, so but I'm guessing they probably have like zucchinis and squash and tomatoes, just the stuff that you could probably grow in your own backyard right now. But again, you're supporting a good cause. And that's just the tip of the iceberg on the farmers markets in Memphis. It's really cool because, you know, I feel like 10, 15 years ago, there weren't many farmers markets here, and there wasn't much going on. It was pretty much just the Memphis Farmers Market downtown, and the Agri Center. And over the years, they have popped up all over the city. I mean, there are a lot of neighborhood ones. There's one in Germantown. There's one in Bartlett. There's one in Collierville. There's one in Whitehaven. There's one in South Memphis. Those markets tend to have different days. I think most of those I just mentioned may be always on Thursdays. So there are lots of options for getting local produce, support your community, and most importantly, it just tastes so good. It's the best thing ever. And I have a full list of all of these markets, the descriptions, the hours, the addresses, now up on commercialappeal.com/food.
I love it. I love it, Jennifer. In fact, it's 10 different farmers markets you have posted on commercialappeal.com/food, right?
Yes, yeah. As I said, it's pretty amazing. No matter where you live in the city, you can probably find a source that you can find locally grown food. Do you have one that you normally go to? By the chance?
The one I've gone downtown to that one. The Agri Center I love. I mean, when I need to get something from the farmer's market, I'll go there. That's a big one. I've been to Paradise Seafood from time to time, but sometimes especially during the pandemic, the hours were all over the place and I couldn't really follow. But I'm glad you mentioned they have a Facebook page. I'm glad to check something out just to kind of see, because you're right. The seafood there is amazing and it is just like going to the beach. So love that. Always love the tips and tricks, and look forward to your report. So commercialappeal.com/food, 10 different farmers markets you gotta check out, courtesy of Jennifer Chandler. Thanks so very much, and I'm glad that you and your family are doing that. I have one tip to share
with you, by the way.
Okay. Let's
bring a basket, because most of these places is, instead of having the plastic bags and things like that, bring some, even if it's your bags that you have that you go to the supermarket, they're reusable bags. I have a big straw basket I use. Bring your own basket, so it'll be better for the environment when you're shopping at a farmer's market.
You're giving us food tips, you're giving us farmers market tips, and you're giving us shopping tips. Jennifer Chandler, Memphian of the Year. Happy Friday. Glad you're with us. Glad the power's back on. Enjoy your weekend.
Yep. See you later.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We are experiencing one of the hottest summers on record, and you got to remember that we have to protect all kinds of things from the summer heat. We got to protect our family, certainly our plants if we have a garden, and our pets. It's so important because the summer heat can certainly put your pet in danger. Let's talk about some of those problems there with Dr. Lori Teller. She's president of the American Veterinary Medical Association. Dr. Teller, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you so much. So let's talk about something that maybe people don't really think about when they think of the summer months. They think about getting out, enjoying it with their dog or their pet, but there's some dangers out there that people might not think about first and foremost.
There are tremendous dangers. Heat stroke is a major problem in our pets right now. We see it day after day. Pets do not cool off as easily as humans do. Some of them can be extra susceptible to the heat. Our very young pets, our older pets, And the dogs and cats that have the smushed in faces like pugs and French bulldogs or Himalayan cats, they are super susceptible to the heat. Ideally, during the day, you would just take them outside to go to the bathroom and then keep them indoors when it's time to go on a walk or get some exercise. Go early in the morning or late in the evening after the temperatures are relatively cooler.
What about the dangers of something more obscure, Dr. Teller, like algae blooms? Talk about that for a minute, because that's dangerous too, right? Very toxic.
Oh, very toxic. There is not a lot that you can do once your pet has been exposed to an algae bloom. Of course, we see this mostly in dogs. So if you are out hiking or camping, even just for the day, and you come across a pond or a lake that seems to have algae, cyanobacteria growing in it, do not let your dog swim in it. Do not let your dog drink from it. Can cause major neurologic and gastrointestinal damage that is irreversible and can be toxic literally within the day. If your dog is exposed, jumped in, say, before you could stop it, rinse your dog off as quickly as you can, and then seek immediate veterinary care.
We do all kinds of stories here about, be careful, never leave a dog or a pet in a closed, hot vehicle. Certainly, unfortunately, there are those instances where not only are you leaving children in the backseat of your car, but also a pet in a closed vehicle. And I guess even though we say it almost ad nauseum these days, it's still a problem, right?
It is a problem. I just saw a case last week, and it's so heartbreaking. Never leave your pet in a hot car. Even if it's 70 degrees outside, it can get up to over 100 degrees in your car within a matter of minutes. That's true even if you've parked in the shade and cracked the windows. That really makes no difference as to how hot your car can get. And our dogs can suffer, or cats or kids can suffer from heat stroke very rapidly. And again, it is so heartbreaking to see when it happens. Of course, if you realize that you have locked your pet in the car, get some towels, run it under cool water, not cold, wrap your pet up in it, and then seek immediate emergency veterinary care. That's the only chance your pet is going to have.
Dr. Teller, can you tell us about the heartworm protection in the South? That's an issue, right?
Oh, it's a huge issue. Heartworm disease is an issue across the United States, certainly very prevalent in the South and along the Gulf Coast. Heartworms are spread by mosquitoes, so they're rampant here. We rarely go a day without mosquitoes, and the mosquito bites your dog, and then within months you have adult heartworms living in the heart, eventually leading to heart failure. There is treatment for it. It is expensive. It is grueling. It is so much easier to prevent heartworm disease in dogs and in cats. There's monthly medication. There's also an injectable medication now available for our dogs that's given, depending on which one you get, either every 6 months or every 12 months. So don't let your dog or cat die from something that is so easily prevented.
Are there preventatives that maybe aren't working as well as they should? I know that there's a shot available. What do you recommend?
The injections are amazing, and then you don't have to remember to give something from month to month. It's easy to go into your veterinarian, just get the injection on a regular basis, which is every 6 months or every year. Some people would prefer to give the monthly prevention, and that's great too. Just remember to put that reminder on your calendar. We have seen that most heartworm preventives still are effective as long as they're given as they are supposed to be given. There have been some reports of some possible resistance, especially along the Gulf Coast. Most of that may be more related to owner compliance and giving it appropriately, but it is definitely something that we are monitoring.
I didn't even know that there was telehealth available for pets out there. Can you tell us some of the do's and don'ts and I guess the availability of telehealth for pets?
Telehealth can be so immediate, so immensely helpful in taking care of our pets. A lot of veterinarians are offering it, so if you are interested, then definitely talk to your veterinarian about it. But it's a great adjunct to your regular in-person visits to your veterinarian's office. We can use them for follow-up. Say your pet had surgery 10, 14 days ago, and we just want to check the incision and make sure that it looks like it's healing okay. Super easy to do on a telehealth visit. Or say we've just diagnosed your pet with a chronic ailment, diabetes, arthritis, kidney disease, heart failure. We're certainly going to want to see your pet in person, put our hands on it to a physical exam. But in between, if you have questions or we need to do just monitoring of progress, how your pet's responding to medication, telehealth can be a great way to do that where you don't have to leave your home for follow-up visits. Telehealth can also be very helpful for behavior cases if your pet has anxiety, reacts to thunderstorms, or gets very nervous when everyone has gone away from the home, or nutritional guidance. There's some amazing ways that we can use telemedicine. The best ways to do it are with your own veterinarian. And of course, your veterinarian is going to want to get to know you and have done a physical exam on your pet first, just to be aware of everything that's going on, and then using telemedicine in between those visits, just to help maintain that level of connection and monitoring to catch any changes potentially earlier than we would have otherwise.
What do you do if you suspect that your pet is suffering some sort of heat stroke?
Oh, yeah, which we're seeing a lot of right now. So if you suspect your pet is suffering from heat stroke, and some of those symptoms could be panting excessively and not stopping that panting in the expected amount of time, drooling, staggering around, vomiting, diarrhea, non-responsive when you call his or her name, things like that, maybe even collapse, change in gum color. If it's a cat, open mouth breathing. Those are all signs of heat stroke. You want to get some towels, run them under cool water, not ice cold water, wrap your pet up, and then head straight to the veterinarian's office or the emergency clinic to get appropriate care. There's a lot of supportive care that will need to be done to prevent further damage to internal organs into the brain.
I got another question for you. Kind of open-ended, Dr. Teller, and sometimes there are some things that pets do. For example, dogs may be licking their paws, and that may be a gut issue. Are there any other telltale signs that can really help us kind of determine, maybe an ailment or something that's bothering our pet?
So, of course, anything that seems out of the ordinary, if your pet is sleeping more frequently than usual, if you've noticed a change in appetite, activity level, engagement with the family, if your pet seems grumpy, those are all signs that something could be wrong. And pets are really good at trying to hide their symptoms because that's their natural instinct to do that. And you are going to know your pet the best. So definitely if something is off, that's a good time to go in for a checkup and see if there is something that you should be concerned about. As you mentioned, licking paws, that can be a sign of a lot of things. So allergies come to mind. Of course, if they've gotten a wound on their paw, that can also cause them to lick. Sometimes arthritis can, and then gastrointestinal upset. So if they're nauseated, they may start looking at their paws or at the carpet or at furniture, all of those kinds of things. So definitely a good time to have a chat with your veterinarian about what's going on with that. And they can do the complete physical and determine if there is a problem, or they can recommend further diagnostic testing to see if there's something going on that we can't just pick up from the history and physical exam.
All right, Dr. Lori Teller, thanks so very much. It's been an interesting and fascinating interview, just giving us some insight into what to watch for during these hot months here. We appreciate your insight, and as always, thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Let's talk about the PACT Act. That's what President Biden signed into law last summer. It's authorized basically one of the largest expansions of VA health care and benefits in U.S. history. Let's talk now about what the PACT Act is with the press secretary of the Department of Veteran Affairs, Terrence Hayes, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Good morning, Terrence. Let's talk exactly what the PACT Act is for our viewers that may not be familiar with it.
Yeah, good morning. The PACT Act is probably the largest significant law that expands health care and benefits to veterans who may have been exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic exposures. As of today, VA has granted more than $1 billion in PACT Act benefits across the country to veterans and survivors. So again, this is important to get this message out to as many veterans and survivors as possible to take advantage of this law.
Let's talk about who can apply for benefits under the PACT Act.
Yeah, this impacts Vietnam War veterans, Gulf War veterans, and post 9/11 veterans like myself. And of course, survivors of those wars as well. So to any of those individuals who may believe that they may have been impacted by toxic exposures or burn pits or Agent Orange, please visit our website at va.gov/PACT. There's 23 new presumptive conditions there. And if you have any of those 23 conditions, or if you're a survivor and your loved one passed away to any of those 23 conditions, stop everything you're doing. Give us a call at 1-800-698-2411 or visit your local veteran service organization like the VFW, DAV, American Legion, and they have accredited service officers accredited by VA to provide you free assistance in applying for your claim today.
I understand August 10th, later this year, just in a few months, is a very important date. Can you tell me about the significance of that date, August 10th, 2023?
That is a significant date. And what that date is a year from when President Biden signed the bill into law. And this impacts veterans and survivors across the country. If you apply for your benefits before August 10th of this year, you have the potential to receive backdated benefits to when the president signed the bill into law. So there is a sense of urgency for all of us to ensure that our veterans and survivors have this information so they can apply for those benefits now and get those backdated benefits from when the president signed the bill into law last year.
What about special health care enrollment period for post 9/11 combat veterans? Tell me what that is.
Yes, there may be some post 9/11 veterans across the country who may have missed the initial opportunity to enroll in VA healthcare. And we have afforded that opportunity, a window open now to October 1st for all post 9/11 veterans who may have missed that opportunity. So to any of those members out there right now who are interested in visiting your local VA medical center to receive care, this is your opportunity. Please visit your local VA medical center, visit the website at va.gov/PACT, or again, give us a phone call at 1-800-698-2411 to find out more ways you can enroll into healthcare now.
Okay, anything else you want to mention with regards to this? You've given out a phone number, you've given out some online information. Anything else, Terrence, you'd like to mention before we let you go?
Yeah, more than 500,000 folks have already applied for PACT Act benefits. And while many people may think that's a low number, or excuse me, a high number, we believe that's a low number. And this bill that has been signed into law could potentially impact 3.5 million men and women and survivors. So it's critical that if any of those individuals have any of those conditions on that website at va.gov/PACT, it's automatically assumed that it's because of your service. Stop everything you're doing. Give us a call. Apply today so we can get those benefits in your hands right now.
Okay, and you got to do it before August 10th, 2023. I appreciate it.
Well, actually, that's not true. You can do it anytime. It's just to get those backdated benefits by August of this year.
Okay. All right. Good deal. Good deal. Well, listen, for more information, va.gov/PACT. That's PACT. Terrence Hayes, we really appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk with this information. Thanks very much.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as all of the Action News 5 digital properties. Today, the weather pretty quiet for us across the Mid-South, expecting mostly to partly sunny skies. A rogue shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out this afternoon. Otherwise, again, a pretty standard fare when it comes down to forecasts across the Mid-South here on a Monday and in the latter half of July. The best rain chances will likely be along and north of the I-40 corridor, so places like Blytheville up towards Dyersburg, Ripley, Tennessee, Alamo, Covington, and over towards Brownsville. A little better chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm. We can't rule it out that it could be a gusty shower or thunderstorm. It's just that the coverage of rain tends to be a lot lower here today, as we still have some dry air that's obviously in place, and that's making it feel not terribly bad when it comes down to the humidity levels across the Mid-South. So temperatures this morning started off in the upper 60s and low 70s. We'll quickly ramp up into the low 90s. 92 is about where we should be for this time of the year, and we'll see the temperatures staying in the low 90s this afternoon. Could there be an isolated shower or thunderstorm? Yeah, it's a possibility, dropping in from the Missouri Boot Heel, western Kentucky, Lake and Obion counties up in northwest Tennessee. Those areas will be the spots to watch out for late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Temperatures will ease their way down into the lower to middle 70s to start off on your Tuesday morning, starting off under mostly clear skies as well. We'll continue with the mixture of clouds and sunshine throughout the day, and a touch warmer for your Tuesday. Highs will top out low to mid 90s. Probably a little bit warmer in northwest Mississippi and eastern Arkansas. Some spots will likely make a run for maybe 93, 94 degrees tomorrow afternoon. It should be a fairly quiet evening ahead going into Tuesday into early Wednesday. Muggy meter not off the charts. Remember last week, this thing was pegged out for the entire week. We were talking about some very muggy conditions across the area. This week, it's still muggy. It's just not as bad as it was, and you will see that there will be some ebbs and flows here, but really and truly it's pretty steady state across the board. So when you look at the air temperature versus the heat index, 92 versus a 99. So 92 for a high temperature, but it feels like temperature is as high as about 99 today. Notice as we get towards the end of the week, it's closer to about 105. That's, again, standard fare for this time of the year. That's still plenty hot. You still need to take care of yourself in that type of situation, just because it is going to be plenty hot and not very many opportunities for seeing showers and thunderstorms here in the next few days. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime. You can download the First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Upon the 7-day forecast, 92 goes to 94 tomorrow, and Wednesday up to 96 as we head towards the end of the week. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple select spots, especially eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, making a run for maybe 97, 98 degrees as we head towards the weekend. And there will be a disturbance that could kick up a shower or thunderstorm as we head towards the weekend, including today, for that matter, an isolated shower or thunderstorm mainly to the north of the I-40 corridor late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Could have some frequent lightning, gusty wind potential, and not completely off of the table. But again, the coverage tends to be pretty isolated.
Well, life is full of transitions, aren't there? Isn't it? I mean, you think about it. Throughout your life, no matter what season, big or small, we're constantly going through transitions. Some are planned, others are unexpected. No matter how they happen, it can be challenging for us. It could be anything from getting married, moving to a new house, a new job, thinking about retirement, going into retirement. So how do we handle this the best way possible? Let's bring in someone, an expert, who can really kind of help us with life's transition. I'm joined now by licensed professional counselor Elizabeth Drain. She's with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare to talk more about life's transitions and how to handle them. If you had the best piece of advice, Elizabeth, the number one piece of advice when people are going through transitions, what would it be first and foremost? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
First, most importantly, I would like to say it's very important to understand that, you know, different transitions, everyone handles differently, you know, depending on one's personality, coping mechanisms, support system. All of those things make a difference in terms of how you handle life transitions. However, I would like to discuss 8 coping strategies that can be implemented daily to assist you in navigating these challenges. Okay, so the first one, I would say, accept change as a normal part of life. Transitions in life are the easiest for those who possess this attitude. I would also recommend identifying and express your feelings. While trying to push away feelings or fear and anxiety is normal, acknowledging them can help you get over them faster and make them real by writing them down and taking the time to reflect on them. You can reduce these influences over you by acknowledging and expressing these emotions.
So let me ask you what you said off the first one, Elizabeth. You mentioned change is a normal part of life. You know, there are so many people out there that says, I don't like change. I like doing what I'm doing right now. I don't want to change. Where do people have the most problems when it comes to transitions? Is it something that they're dealing with before the transition, the thoughts in their head before actually doing it, or is it something else?
I would say it's probably a combination of all of those things. You know, we're most comfortable with things that we're familiar with. And so when life throws us what I would call change or curveballs, things that we were not expecting, then it takes us out of our comfort zone. And so now we're having challenges navigating the change because it's unfamiliar to us. So absolutely.
You know, I know you mentioned 8 coping strategies, and I want you to continue with that. But I do want to have a little dialogue here because I find it interesting that. You're right. I mean, like, we're all going through transitions. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, raising children, of course, and buying a house, getting married, moving to a new city, starting a new job. I mean, everyone's going through that. And you mentioned, right after accepting the fact that there's going to be change in your life, identifying your feelings and expressing your feelings. I mean, it's so important to just, understand why you're feeling the way that you feel, right?
Absolutely. When you can understand and process how you're feeling, why you're feeling those that way, then it makes it a little bit easier for you to cope or plan ahead and problem solve around those feelings that you're having. And as I mentioned, writing those feelings down gives you the opportunity to reflect on them. Oftentimes when we're thinking about things, we just reminisce over and over and over, and it just kind of stays stuck in our head. So when we put it on paper, it kind of makes things real, and it gives us the opportunity to process what we're thinking and not just think about it.
I totally agree. So continue on with your list of 8 coping strategies.
Okay, so the third one would be focus on the payoff. Consider the lesson you have taken away from previous transitions. Recall the steps you took and what you learned and achieved at each stage, such as changes can offer, useful time to self-reflect, learning to overcome fears and dealing with uncertainty. So just kind of thinking about the payoff, can be helpful as well. Number 4, I would say kind of what we just spoke about. Expect to be uncomfortable. A time of transition can be confusing. It is a normal feeling to feel insecure and anxious, but these feelings are part of the process and they will pass. Absolutely. Number 5, I think it's a really big one. Stay sober. It is not a good idea to use alcohol or drugs at this difficult and confusing time. It might make things even more challenging. So I think it's very important to manage, your alcohol consumption or drug use during this time.
Yeah, staying sober. I want to hit on that too, because you know, a lot of times people are so nervous. They're concerned about the transition, wanting it to go so well. They're nervous. They might have a drink or two or three, and suddenly they're not sober, and so their thinking is a little bit off base. But staying sober, so important in these critical transitions. I love that. And then expecting it to be uncomfortable. I always tell people, including my kids, I always tell them, hey, look, that first year of being in a new city, a new job, give yourself some time, because it's going to take a while. You're going to be uncomfortable, but if you just focus on the tasks at hand, focus on the payoff, like you said, it's going to be okay. And staying sober and expect a little bit of uncomfortableness for a while, it'll come through in the end. But I'm enjoying these 8 strategies. Please continue.
Okay, number 6, build your support system. Seek the support of your friends, your family members. Transition period is a great opportunity to seek a counselor's assistance. And especially for someone that may have a limited support system, the counselor can definitely help guide them through the transition process in a safe and supportive environment. Number 7, acknowledge what you are leaving behind. The first step toward accepting the new is accepting and letting go of the past to make room for the new. And then number 8 is normal to feel as though your life is out of control. Find one tiny thing you can control right now to help you feel more in control.
Is there one aspect that you find people struggle with the most, Elizabeth?
I would say managing their thoughts, because our thoughts kind of drive every emotion, feeling that we have. So I find that people struggle the most with managing the thoughts that they're having, which is why number 8 is really, really important, because if you narrow that focus and focus on the thing that you can control, or even narrow it down to one tiny thing, then it gives you more of a sense of control over what's going on.
I love the list of 8. Is there a place where people can find that list and maybe some other helpful hints online?
Well, yes. Go to the Methodist EAP website, and all of our newsletters are on there. This was this month's newsletter, so they'll be able to access this information on there.
Okay, and what is the web address?
Methodist Healthcare Employee Assistance Program.org.
Okay, so methodisthealth.org.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right. Well, listen, Elizabeth Drain, I really appreciate your time. Thank you for laying it out for us, some of the issues that some people have when it comes to getting through those transitions in life. I think it really helped people to just kind of talk about it and let people know that, hey, this is a part of life. This is something that everyone goes through, and here's a way to handle it effectively. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to let you know about that was something that certainly was interesting and very insightful, I think, and something that really could help a lot of people out there. I want to tell you about this clock ticking for a historic strike vote involving thousands of UPS workers nationwide. Negotiations between UPS and Teamsters has yet to reach a deal, and the current contract expires 1 week from today. Believe it or not, the Teamsters union president held a rally over the weekend saying that they are organized ahead of negotiations set to resume this week. Shelley Malashki has an update for us.
We've organized, we've strategized. Now it's time to pulverize.
Over the weekend, Teamsters Union General President and members speaking out at a rally in Atlanta ahead of a looming UPS strike vote. It comes after the two sides failed to reach a deal over workers' pay and benefits. If UPS workers walk off the job, the effect will be historic, the largest strike at a single company in American history. A way to stop concerned UPS customers from going to rival delivery services.
We do not get a deal. UPS has chose to strike themselves, and we will withhold our labor July 31st at 12:01 a.m. But if we get a tentative agreement subject to ratification, and we're going to recommend it, then we will not withhold our labor.
On Wednesday, UPS released a statement saying in part, we are prepared to increase our industry-leading pay and benefits, but need to work quickly to finalize a fair deal that provides certainty for our customers, our employees, and businesses across the country. On Saturday, O'Brien said 95% of the contract has been negotiated, adding that UPS knows they need to pay their members, including the part-timers.
The packages don't move unless we move them. The stuff doesn't go anywhere unless we move it.
According to a Teamsters spokesperson, negotiators from the two sides will meet up on Tuesday in Washington. I'm Shelley Malashi reporting.
All right, Twitter. Okay, Twitter owner Elon Musk said in a series of tweets on Sunday, soon we shall bid adieu to the Twitter brand and gradually all birds. According to Musk, the blue bird will be replaced by an X logo that would go live worldwide as early as today. Since purchasing Twitter last October for $44 billion, Musk changed its business name to X Core, reflecting his vision in creating a super app. All right, Action News 5 teaming up with the YMCA of Memphis and the Mid-South to help students return to the classroom with all the tools that they need. And we could use your help. We're talking about third graders here. You can buy school supplies or a backpack to donate to the YMCA Backpack Drive. There's a direct link on Amazon's wish list on our website. Just go to actionnews5.com. You can go out, buy supplies. You can donate them in person right now as well at any YMCA location. And then this Friday, July 28th, come by our studios here in Midtown, 1960 Union Avenue, and drop off your donation. All right, hundreds of women over 40 took over Beale Street not too long ago for a double dutch downtown. And Kim Clark made it a 5-star story highlighting the Memphis 40 Plus Double Dutch Club.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. We're over 40 and we're trying to stay fit.
These women are getting ready to leave all their cares behind and take a trip down memory lane. 2, 3. 50-year-old Janine Jones, a Chicago native living in Memphis, is captain of the Memphis 40 Plus Double Dutch Sub Club. A group Jones started at the Hickory Hill Community Center after a meetup with another 40-plus Double Dutch Sub Club in Olive Branch, Mississippi, more than a year ago.
And what I found out was most of the jumpers that were local lived in Memphis. And I talked to the ladies. I'm like, oh, you're from Memphis, you're from Memphis. We can do this in Memphis.
And do it she did. Now, twice a week, dozens of women meet to play a game of their youth using 2 long jump ropes turned in opposite directions while one or more jumpers keep up.
Well, I saw the news about them on the Beale Street takeover, and I was like, it looked like it ought to be fun, you know, bring back childhood memories.
Last May's Beale Street takeover and a tribute to Tyree Nichols earlier this year, which brought hundreds of women from across the country to Memphis, were the brainchild of another Chicago native, 48-year-old 40-plus Double Dutch Club regional delegate Selena Cook, who now lives in Batesville, Mississippi.
It's really a ministry. It's women over 40 reliving childhood memories through Double Dutch.
The 40-plus Double Dutch Club was actually born in Chicago 7 years ago out of a need for co-founder Pamela Johnson to find a happy place.
When I was in my 40s and going through a difficult period, I thought back to those days of growing up, jumping rope, and the carefree feelings you get just from playing outside with your friends. And I went to my friend Katrina and said, this is what I need to do. This is what I need in my life.
According to Pamela and her friend, DDC co-founder Katrina Dyer-Taylor, there was never a plan to grow the group, but there appeared to be a lot of women who apparently needed the same type of therapy, and word spread.
Our Facebook group page has over 50,000 members. Our Instagram has over 100,000 members. We're in over 100 major cities, and we are in Canada, Israel, and Germany.
And if you think this is only about women over 40 getting together to jump rope, you'd be missing the most important aspect of these gatherings.
We double dutch, we hula hoop, we hopscotch, we tweedlee. We just love on each other because as women we wear so many hats, and this is just a time for you to get away and just relax and enjoy yourself.
It gives y'all that good energy and it just makes you feel good. Even if you have ailments or pains, you forget about all the pain because you're having fun, jumping, and just releasing all that positive energy.
We take all levels as long as you're a woman over 40 and up. So you don't have to know how to jump or turn. We will make sure that you jump before you leave.
And that includes this reporter who is well over 40 and, like all of these ladies, felt the love, the sisterhood, and the joy.
There is joy to still be had, no matter what you're going through. There's something you can do that is going to make you feel good again, even if it's only for an hour.
The energy, the camaraderie, like you said, there's something for everybody to do, whether you're just out there to just to receive a hug or a smile.
The 40-plus Double Dutch Club, making Memphis women proud to be a part of the team.
From the suburbs to the city, jumping all through the land with my Double Dutch team.
In Hickory Hill, Kim Clark, Action News 5.
Let's talk a little bit about meditation and mindfulness. Those are two things that, from what we understand, can really help us during very stressful moments, during this stressful time, I guess you can say, unprecedented times that we are living through right now. And joining me now to talk about meditation and mindfulness is Dr. Gail Gazelle. She's an assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Gazelle, thanks again for joining us. We appreciate every time you join us. How are you?
Wonderful. It's a pleasure to be here today.
So let's talk about meditation and mindfulness, because there are so many benefits that maybe people don't realize, especially in this age where we're just trying to lower the temperature, lower that stress that we feel each and every day.
Without a doubt. And when we think about healthcare, really, it's chock full of stress. The stakes are so very high. Certainly before the pandemic, many sick patients, not enough resources necessarily to take care of them, a lot of time pressure, emergencies upon emergencies. And of course, with the pandemic, the temperature, as you say, has really been turned up. And we don't learn a lot in our training as physicians or nurses or technicians or therapists in how to calm ourselves and how to really manage all of the stress that we experience. And for me, that's where I see mindfulness and meditation really having a critically important role.
Right, because physicians and other medical professionals, they know how to take care of others, but a lot of times it's at the expense of their own health. And we can learn a lot from not only how to protect themselves and their mental issues and their mental state, but also that kind of protection can also just talk to all of us, speak to all of us when it comes to just really kind of building that calmness inside, right?
It's so very true. I think when the public hears the word mindfulness, you know, our minds can go to robed and bald-headed monks on a mountainside, can't they? And yet what I think about for mindfulness, particularly in healthcare for both doctors and patients, is really the mastery over our own minds. I mean, let's face it, our minds are very busy places, you know, 10 to 20,000 thoughts a day. And some of those thoughts are great. They're really full of purpose and they help help guide us. But when we focus on our own thoughts, whoever we are, we begin to realize that our minds are complicated places. A lot of the thoughts and stories that our minds spin are really actually fake news, and they can drag us down. They can take us to a very negative place, increasing our anxiety, increasing our stress levels. So without a doubt, we can all benefit from learning tools to manage our own busy minds.
So our minds have 10,000 to 20,000 thoughts a day. That's really an extraordinary number and a fact there. How do we bring down that complication and make it really simple for us to make our minds work for us in terms of bringing down the stress level?
Well, what's really important is getting to know our own busy mind, and that's where meditation is so important. When we meditate, we're not banishing thought, but we're sitting quietly and we're just getting to know what it is that's going on in our mind. And what I find is that when I teach meditation to busy doctors and others, they're shocked. They had no idea that their mind was such a busy place. And when we think about that in medical terms, well, we can't treat something, we can't intervene until we diagnose it. So what I mean by that is we have to diagnose our own mind in a friendly way, not in a judgmental way. We don't sit there meditating thinking, what's wrong with me for having all these thoughts? We just notice, look at how busy my mind is, and let me get to know, let me befriend my own mind and get to know what's here. Why? So that I can work with my own mind and not be so much the servant of it, but become actually the one who's the master over it. And that, I think, is really the beauty of what mindfulness can offer all of us.
So we want to get the stress point to be reduced. We also want more calmness in our lives. What about the positivity aspect? How do we become more grateful in our lives?
Well, again, my focus is doctors and healthcare, and the public may not realize just how critical doctors learn to be of ourselves. As you mentioned, we're there to take care of others, so we don't learn to take care of ourselves. Sometimes we're not even on our own to-do list. But as we get to know that pattern of self-criticism, which again is not just the purview for doctors and healthcare, but we can all suffer from that, we begin to realize that perhaps it isn't helping us to be so critical of ourselves, to be so negative, to go down the negativity bias that affects all of us. And that's where I think we can get to know our own patterns. We can recognize when our thoughts are taking us into a negative, unhelpful direction, and we can course correct. Again, that's one of the skills that we get with mindfulness. For myself, I've gotten to the point where I can notice, oh, there goes my silly mind, kind of criticizing me again, looking at all the negatives around me. Do I really have to follow that train, or would it be more helpful for me in terms of what's going on right now to shift my thoughts more in a positive direction? So it's not about, oh, just put on a smiley face and everything will be great. It's about getting to know your own mind and really working with it in the most constructive way that you can.
You know, doctors and all kinds of medical professionals, you know, they really get worn down by all the sickness they see, and especially during the pandemic, it has been tough for that profession. There's no question about it. How do they and other medical professionals build resilience with mindfulness?
Such an important question because, you know, the toll on healthcare workers has always been high. Again, it's a very high stakes profession, and we go into it knowing that and embracing that and wanting to do what we can to help those around us. But what do we do when there's a situation like the pandemic where the stresses are really just, you know, something that's unprecedented for all of those in healthcare? And so we can build resilience, very importantly, by building moments of calm into our day. Even the busiest day, it can be like running a marathon if we don't learn how to pause and actually kind of cool ourselves down and have moments of calm. With mindfulness, we can take those kind of pauses, those mindful pauses. We can notice when we're just running mentally and physically, and remind ourselves that if we're going to get through this marathon of healthcare, that we actually need to kind of take these mental timeouts. One very practical step that I recommend recommend to healthcare providers is that in between patients, we simply pause and take at least one slow, deep breath, maybe even 3. It sounds so incredibly simple, but it can actually help us regulate ourselves and help us give us what we need to run this marathon that we are in healthcare.
So if someone's listening to this interview and they're trying to figure out, okay, I like the idea of meditation, I like the idea of mindfulness and building up that calm and a positive idea of how to approach daily routines, where would you tell them to start?
Well, there are a lot of wonderful apps out there now. Calm, 10% Happier, Headspace, there are a ton of them. I have a free 14-day mindfulness meditation course where in less than 10 minutes a day, I guide individuals in a brief mindfulness topic and then in a meditation. And people can access that on my website, gailgazelle.com. It's a free offering, and that's often a good place for people to get started.
Is there any mindset, we're talking about mindfulness, but is there any mindset when you approach this type of 14-day course or this type of attitude, hey, I need to lower my stress every day, I need to feel better about what I do each and every day. What else can we tell people to really kind of help them through this all?
Well, I think we can tell people that it's normal to experience stress. It's normal. It's part of the human condition, and it's normal to have a busy mind. There's nothing wrong with you, any of your listeners, if you're sitting there thinking, what's wrong with me that my mind is so busy and that I don't know how to quiet it? So I think that's really important, that we don't judge ourselves for being in the human condition and not learning these skills. Again, I often feel that if medical training covered some of these skills, that for me as an executive coach for burnt out physicians and physician leaders, I'd be happily out of a job, because these are skills that all of us can learn. So I think if your viewers take nothing else away, it's a sense of hopefulness that we all can become more the master of our own mind rather than, frankly, the servant.
Completely agree with you, Dr. Gazelle. It's one of the benefits, I guess, one of the good things that we can say that's come out of this pandemic is this emphasis, this focus on mental health and having this idea, having this routine that you say, this 14-day course to really kind of focus in and hone in on ways to bring down the stress level, make sure there's more calmness in your life, make sure there's more positivity, is something that we all need for sure. Anything else you'd like to say before we let you go?
Well, again, just to emphasize that this is more than possible. We don't have to go off to a mountaintop for hours a day. We can build these moments of self-awareness and self-reflection into our days really by paying attention and by pausing and by working with our own busy mind. This is more than possible for all of us in healthcare and all of us as a nation.
Dr. Gail Gazelle, thank you. Always appreciate our conversations, and we look forward to future conversations with you. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as all of the Action News 5 digital properties. Today, the weather pretty quiet for us across the Mid-South, expecting mostly to partly sunny skies. A rogue shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out this afternoon. Otherwise, again, a pretty standard fare when it comes down to forecasts across the Mid-South here on a Monday and in the latter half of July. The best rain chances will likely be along and north of the I-40 corridor, so places like Blytheville up towards Dyersburg, Ripley, Tennessee, Alamo, Covington, and over towards Brownsville. A little better chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm. We can't rule it out that it could be a gusty shower or thunderstorm. It's just that the coverage of rain tends to be a lot lower here today, as we still have some dry air that's obviously in place, and that's making it feel not terribly bad when it comes down to the humidity levels across the Mid-South. So temperatures this morning started off in the upper 60s and low 70s. We'll quickly ramp up into the low 90s. 92 is about where we should be for this time of the year, and we'll see the temperatures staying in the low 90s this afternoon. Could there be an isolated shower or thunderstorm? Yeah, it's a possibility, dropping in from the Missouri Boot Hill, western Kentucky, Lake and Obion counties up in northwest Tennessee. Those areas will be the spots to watch out for late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Temperatures will ease their way down into the lower to middle 70s to start off on your Tuesday morning, starting off under mostly clear skies as well. We'll continue with the mixture of clouds and sunshine throughout the day, and a touch warmer for your Tuesday. Highs will top out low to mid 90s. Probably a little bit warmer in northwest Mississippi and eastern Arkansas. Some spots will likely make a run for maybe 93, 94 degrees tomorrow afternoon. It should be a fairly quiet evening ahead going into Tuesday into early Wednesday. Muggy meter not off the charts. Remember last week, this thing was pegged out for the entire week. We were talking about some very muggy conditions across the area. This week, it's still muggy. It's just not as bad as it was, and you will see that there will be some ebbs and flows here, but really and truly it's pretty steady state across the board. So when you look at the air temperature versus the heat index, 92 versus a 99. So 92 for a high temperature, but it feels like temperature is as high as about 99 today. Notice as we get towards the end of the week, it's closer to about 105. That's, again, standard fare for this time of the year. That's still plenty hot. You still need to take care of yourself in that type of situation, just because it is going to be plenty hot and not very many opportunities for seeing showers and thunderstorms here in the next few days. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime. You can download the First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Upon the 7-day forecast, 92 goes to 94 tomorrow, and Wednesday up to 96 as we head towards the end of the week. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple select spots, especially eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, making a run for maybe 97, 98 degrees as we head towards the weekend. And there will be a disturbance that could kick up a shower or thunderstorm as we head towards the weekend, including today, for that matter. An isolated shower or thunderstorm mainly to the north of the I-40 corridor late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Could have some frequent lightning, gusty wind potential, and not completely off of the table. But again, the coverage tends to be pretty isolated.
9:33 is the time on a Monday morning. The reward is growing for information leading to the arrest and the arson that claimed the life of a Memphis Fire Lieutenant Jeffrey Norman last week. The Memphis Firefighters Association announced a $5,000 contribution to the current reward, bringing the total reward to $15,000. If you have any information that could help police find the person responsible, you can call or text Crime Stoppers and be eligible for a reward. You could do so anonymously, 901-528-CASH. A local group is raising awareness for the dangers of bullying. Members with UCAN of Memphis hosted its 8th annual anti-bullying event over the weekend. The Dare to Dream Conference honors the memory of Dr. Nolan Paul. He took his life due to mental health issues and bullying. The conference gives parents and children the tools needed to spot bullying and protect themselves.
So you have some students here who have been bullied, and you'll be surprised we have a lot of students here who are bullies. So we're just trying to disconnect them from treating people the way that they don't want to be treated.
Kids also learned how to perform CPR at the event. Some Walmart stores, get this, they're going to have sensory-friendly store hours every Saturday morning to create a more welcoming environment for back-to-school shopping. So families with children or family members with sensory disabilities, factors like the sound of doors, lights being too bright, music being too loud, well, that can make the whole experience overwhelming. So shoppers will see dim lights, no music, a much calmer Walmart during special sensory hours from 8 until 10 o'clock in the mornings on Saturdays.
Make sure that our associates have a heightened awareness and understanding of different sensory
sounds like that's when I want to go to Walmart.
Triggers. And so we've started these sensory friendly hours to try to bring awareness to that.
I'm excited, and I've heard from a lot of people in my community, in the autism community, and other sensory communities that it's been really beneficial. So I'm excited to participate this weekend and see how it benefits our family.
Yeah. Great. The sensory-friendly hours are happening every Saturday in July and August from 8 until 10 in the morning at most Walmart locations. Okay, an American patriot from Memphis will be remembered in a new way for generations to come. The Veterans Administration Medical Center in Memphis will be renamed in honor of Lieutenant Colonel Luke J. Weathers. WMC Action News 5's Joe Birch shared the story of a son of Memphis who soared into American history as one of the Tuskegee Airmen.
Here is a family portrait of Lieutenant Colonel Luke and Laverne Weathers and their 5 children in the 1960s, well after World War II, just before Luke became Memphis's first black air traffic controller. Trina, the baby in this image, remembers her father's demeanor.
Cool hand Luke, calm, cool, and collective. Not a man of many words, he didn't boast.
Trina and her oldest brother Luke III share a treasure trove of stories about their dad, who aspired to serve his country as an aviator in World War II.
He actually went to the recruiting station and he said, I wanted to sign up for aviation. And they told him no N-word did any flying.
That kind of racial prejudice was so deeply embedded in America in the 1940s.
Back in those days, it was normal for African Americans to be in the military who only cleaned latrines, who were cooks, who polished boots and things.
But Luke Weathers and so many others had bigger dreams.
Because they love this country just like anybody else.
A newspaper article led young Luke to learn about the Tuskegee Institute, where African Americans were training to become pilots. Like Annapolis or West Point, Luke needed an appointment to Tuskegee. That led the aspiring aviator to carry the Tuskegee newspaper story to City Hall.
He went to the mayor of Memphis at the time, was E.H. Crump.
Crump helped Weathers, and in 1943, overcoming racial barriers and all kinds of other obstacles, Luke Weathers Jr. graduated in the first African-American pilot training program at Tuskegee, Alabama. Yeah. Trina says that training prepared her father well.
I mean, toughness to a point where nothing in your life can stop you from doing what you want to do.
What Weathers and the Tuskegee Airmen wanted to do was help America and the Allies win World War II. Weathers' moment came in 1944, as he and 2 other Tuskegee Airmen were flying P-51 Mustang fighters, escorting a damaged bomber. The Germans attacked. The Nazis were flying jets far faster than the propeller-powered P-51s.
Dad was able to shoot down one immediately, and then one got on his tail. He said he kind of hit the brakes a little bit, kind of slowed up, and the jet fighter went right past him. Then he was able to shoot him down.
Weathers shot down 2 German fighters in one day, becoming a war hero. As the war came to a close, June 25, 1945 was hailed as Captain Luke J. Weathers Jr. Day in the city of Memphis. A Beale Street parade was held in Weathers' honor.
An African American had never gotten the recognition of having a day in his honor. Not only that, he received the keys to the city of Memphis. That's a first.
In recent years, the city had offered to name a new subdivision where Claiborne Homes once stood in honor of Lieutenant Colonel Weathers. But Trina says she was inspired to think bigger when on a drive down Jefferson Avenue one day, she stopped by the VA Medical Center.
That little voice again said, look over. And I looked, it didn't have a name, and I said, Lord, what are you trying to tell me? And from there, it just kind of went into motion.
Trina contacted Congressman Steve Cohen, who got a bill passed renaming the VA Medical Center at Memphis in Weathers' honor. In 2006, the surviving Tuskegee Airmen received the Congressional Gold Medal. Movies have been made to tell the story of the Tuskegee Airmen, and now Memphis will have a new way to remember their heroism.
I promised him, I said, I never let this legacy die, ever.
Lieutenant Colonel Luke Joseph Weathers Jr. was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery in 2011 at age 90, a Tuskegee Airman and an American hero. In Memphis, I'm Joe Birch.
Amanda Hanson.
Hansen back here at the Action News 5 digital desk, and we want to tell you about, it's the summertime, and students are trying to make sure that they are up to par on their reading skills. So the Down Syndrome Association has been working throughout the summer with a summer program that is all about children maintaining skills that are acquired throughout the school year. So it's a great camp that's been going on throughout the summer months, and we have Martine Hobson joining us this morning to talk more about kind of how the camp's been going, and it kind of branches us into a much bigger topic that's important to talk about. So Martine, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to have you on with us this morning. I guess first off, let's talk about how this summer reading camp has been going. Tell us more.
Well, we use a specific program designed for, it's called Special Reads for Special Needs. It's really aimed at kids with disabilities, and we want to keep them on top of reading because we want them included in the general ed classroom at school. And with this little boost in reading and other skills, lots and lots of other skills, we think it will help make that inclusion go a little smoother.
And that branches us into really the main topic, and why we have you on here joining us this morning is talking about inclusive education. And I think it's something that maybe a lot of people really aren't familiar about. So can you talk a little bit about what that entails?
Well, it entails including all kids into the gen ed classroom. So whether they have special needs or not, they're all included. Studies show that kids with disabilities do not learn better in a separate classroom, but actually learn best when they're included with their typical peers. And if I could say, when my daughter was little bitty, she's now 37, but when she was little bitty, the director of her early intervention program said, Martine, do you want her to hear typically developing speech or the speech of other kids with speech delays? It was a no-brainer, and from then on, I was sold on inclusion.
And I've done stories in the past about inclusive education, and a lot of challenges come along with this for parents. Can you talk to me about, because from what I understand, there's benefits on both sides, whether it's a typical classroom or someone that maybe has a different type of learning ability, having them together in one room, it's beneficial for all the kids involved. Is that what you've seen through research?
Absolutely, and that's what the studies prove. The studies prove that they all benefit from being together.
And like we were talking about, there's a lot of challenges that come along with this. And so I want to bring in a mom who has actually dealt with this firsthand, Megan Labasi. Am I saying your last name correctly, Megan? Are you there with us?
You nailed it. Yes, that's right, Megan Labasi.
Awesome. Well, I understand. I know that you have been on a journey working to try to get inclusion in the classroom for your little boy. And let me just say, he's precious. You sent those pictures. I'm pulling up his picture right now. He is just precious. Look at that face. But I know that you've gone through just such a journey with a lot of ups and downs. And so I guess kind of take me back to the beginning when this all started for you, because I know it eventually led to a lawsuit. Tell me more.
Yeah, absolutely. We got connected with Martine at the Down Syndrome Association right away when Samuel was born, because we wanted to make sure that we were going to give him the best possible future. And she showed us the research. We talked to other parents who had their kids included and knew that this was going to be the best path forward for him to, have the best chance at working a job and going to college or doing whatever it is that his future is going to bring. So this has been a big part of what we've wanted for him. And at our school, it was not something that they had done before. And so when he was moving into kindergarten, we talked to the school about having him included, and they saw the value of that, but also saw the challenge because it's a new way of doing things. And for a school that's never done that before, it's difficult for them. It's also a lot of adapting for him and a lot of support that he needs, which is it's his right. We learned that that's his right by law, but it's a big ask. And so, we worked with the school and showed them the research, and it was just a little bit too big of a jump for them to take without going that next step and getting some legal support. But he did it this year, and his first year in kindergarten was just absolutely phenomenal.
How did you know that that was the right choice for you as a parent? Because I know a lot of parents probably juggle with, is this the best thing or what's the best option? What would you have to say to that?
Absolutely. I mean, it's really hard. It's a tough choice, but for what we knew about Samuel and his ability with reading, with communication, and just how we'd seen him around other kids in the past, there was that combined with the research. And research is very clear, and so we just knew that that's what we wanted for him.
What do you think was the biggest challenges for you and hurdles? Because a lot of people, if they're starting this journey, they want to know what to expect. Were there things that surprised you? What was the most difficult thing, do you feel like, that you encountered with this?
So I think the emotional side as a parent of having to advocate for your child is difficult. It's exhausting. We really have to do a lot for our kids. And so having to step out and take risks for him, that was really difficult. And I think it's surprising when you sit in front of a table of teachers and professionals and experts who also want the best for your child, just like you, and we all agree on that. But it's hard when there's disagreements on what that looks like, and having to, persuade professionals to do what's best for your child. That was a really hard thing for me, but we just knew that this was going to be the best way forward. And so you go through the hard things. That's what you do. We do that for our kids every day.
Does it surprise you, though, that there's still that challenge with this, as far as like working with school districts and then maybe them not being equipped to handle that? Does it surprise you that at this day and age that things haven't improved?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I think it's still, changing systems. It takes time. It really takes time. And so if nobody has really asked them to do that before, then it doesn't surprise me, because we all just stick with what's familiar. And education, it's a very difficult field. There's a lot that goes on there. And then the last, several years we know teachers and schools have a lot on their plate. And so I think there's lots of school districts, there's lots of schools that have adopted this. It's not consistent anywhere. You go some places and inclusion is the norm, and it's just, this is what we do. And some places they've never had to try it. So I really believed that what I was doing for my son was also opening the door for other students to be able to do that, because now the school and the school district has seen and knows just how successful this is. So I think they just need parents to really ask and push forward for that.
And I know that y'all were going into kindergarten. When did y'all start the process of trying to figure this all out? Because obviously this was something that took time. When did y'all get started?
Absolutely. So at the end of preschool, because he has additional needs, they're part of the preschool program. So we're working with the public school even long before kindergarten begins. And so we talk about transition and making sure that he has everything that he needs, and there's a plan in place going into kindergarten. So that started in the springtime. We started having conversations. And really, we had started the conversation when we first met the school and let them know just how important this was going to be for us. But really, having to take steps to move forward with that. It started at the end of the school year, and then we worked through the summer, and then even at the beginning of the school year, as we were still ironing things out before he could come in. So probably over about 6 months.
Oh, wow.
Megan, talk about the increase in Samuel's speech from the beginning of the school to the end of the school.
I was going to ask about that. How is he doing?
Absolutely. I would love to, because, 6 months of what we went through to figure this out has just led to, I know, a lifetime of benefit for him. And even just over the first year here, he has thrived. He was struggling with speech, intelligible speech. He was speaking in words and phrases, and he is now like talking in full paragraphs. And everybody understands him, and his social skills and just his ability to converse normally. We're actually right now at a family reunion, and people who haven't seen him for a year or two, when they heard him talking, they were like, "Are you kidding me? What happened?" And we told him, he's been around other kids. He's been in a typical classroom all year, all day, every day. And that exposure, we know that exposure, he's absorbing everything. We've seen him thrive with communication, with reading, with math. I mean, in every single area. There was not a single area where we didn't see massive improvement this year.
That is awesome. And I know that you probably love seeing him in with that little cap and gown at kindergarten graduation. I'm guessing that's what that's from. And so it's great to be able to hear just the success that you've seen in just a year. So I know you're pretty excited about what's to come.
Yes, absolutely. We look forward to seeing what he's able to do. And in the end, we hope that he will be able to be fully included, and we do this in sports. We've signed him up for sports, for school, and we just want him to be a valued part of the community. And we know that happens on both ends by him being there and doing things in whatever way it looks like for them, so that the other kids and the other families in the community just learn to see him as a normal, valuable part of the community, and not somebody who is just kept separate because he might be a little bit different.
Well, before we go back to Martine, any last advice that you would give parents that are maybe just getting started in this journey?
Absolutely. Get connected and get support, because if you are doing this alone as a parent, it is overwhelming. It is scary. Just like I talked about before, it's a lot when you're advocating, and you need a support system, and you need a team of people that are there to help you. I really leaned into other parents that had been on this journey before me, and talked to other parents who had seen the benefits in their children, and asked them questions about what they did and how they navigated the conversations. And then getting connected with any local organization like the Down Syndrome Association or anything else where people can support you on your journey is absolutely the best thing to do.
Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and it seems like these days we are spending more time on our phone, on the tablets than we have ever before, and it's pretty telling because we're seeing that more Americans, since 2019, this has grown so much. In fact, this is an interesting statistic. The average American spends about 7 hours and 4 minutes looking at a screen each and every day. So we want to talk more about an alliance that's been formed by the American Optometric Association. It's a first of its kind Screen Time Alliance, and joining us this morning to talk more about it is Dr. James Compton. He is an AOA member and also a gamer. Dr. Compton, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you doing?
Doing well. Glad to have you on here. Let's just go ahead and dive right in and talk about this. What are some of those screen-related eye issues that we're starting to see more and more these days with the increase in screen time?
Yeah, so that prolonged screen use, it translates into something we call digital eye strain or computer vision syndrome. Basically what it is a group of symptoms that patients will have with this prolonged use. Things like dry eyes. Why? Because they're not blinking as much. They're focused on the screen. Things like headaches, because there's extra strain on the visual system. Things like blurred vision, itchy eyes, watery eyes. All of these things manifest as symptoms. For some people, it's mild, but some others, they can have very serious health implications.
Yeah, I want to talk more about that too, because when you talk about this, I mean, is there the chance that you could have long-term eye-related issues from this extended screen time?
Absolutely. And that's why it's so important. And that's why this campaign is really getting behind the American public prioritizing eye care. It's only during a comprehensive in-person eye exam where a doctor can really figure out risk factors that a patient has, but more importantly, what they can do to prevent any potential problems.
And I know the AOA is also working with the gaming industry to push this message. Can you talk a little bit more about the importance of that?
Yeah, we're really excited about it, and it has more to do with just educating the public. It's the first time a professional eye care organization has partnered with a group like the gaming industry, and we think that it's a very efficient way of promoting, number one, positive or good habits when we are in front of our devices, which sometimes it's inevitable. But number two, and probably more importantly, the importance of an in-person comprehensive eye exam annually by an AOA doctor of optometry.
And I think that's something that a lot of people end up missing out on. I know a lot of times they do those eye exams at school, but a lot of people don't think how important it is to go get your eyes checked, because you can learn more about your overall health outside of just your eyes. Is that right?
Exactly. I mean, I have patients that come to my office for a routine evaluation, or maybe even just updating something for the motor vehicles. And we're revealing all sorts of things, not just with the eye, but the overall health. You can diagnose things like diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol, but all of this is done during that in-person examination that we're providing for our patients.
And so when we talk about this heavy screen time, are there ways to keep your eyes safe?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, first things first, you need to have an in-person comprehensive exam to just see if there are any risk factors that you may have. But during that exam, I'm having a conversation with my patients, really to teach them good habits and do what we can to limit screen time. One of the great things that I like to share with my patients is a quick reminder. We call the 20-20-20 rule. And basically what that means is every 20 minutes, I need you to take a 20-second break to look at something that's 20 feet away. When your eyes are looking at things far away, you're actually relaxing your eyes. So it can go a long way for a person that's spending hours in front of a digital device or a computer screen.
Yeah, because I know at my job, I spend a lot of time looking at screens, and I know I'm not alone. So many people are working remotely, spending a lot of time on their computer. So like you said, I mean, even just that little amount of time being able to step away, rest your eyes some, really goes a long way. Dr. Compton, any big points that you feel like we've missed that you want to make sure we hit on before we let you go, where people can go for more information?
Exactly. That's what I wanted to do. I just really want to encourage our viewers to visit the American Optometric Association website at aoa.org/I as an EYE, I deserve more. There are some great tips on what you can do to have better habits if we're going to spend all that screen time. But more importantly, what they're going to do with that website is connect you with an AOA doctor of optometry so we can schedule that annual eye exam so you can continue to prioritize your eye health.
Well, Dr. Jason Compton, we appreciate your time this morning and really helping to get some important information out there, because I know a lot of us are guilty of spending way too much time behind that screen.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as all of the Action News 5 digital properties. Today, the weather pretty quiet for us across the Mid-South, expecting mostly to partly sunny skies. A rogue shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out this afternoon. Otherwise, again, a pretty standard fare when it comes down to forecasts across the Mid-South here on a Monday and in the latter half of July. The best rain chances will likely be along and north of the I-40 corridor, so places like Blytheville up towards Dyersburg, Ripley, Tennessee, Alamo, Covington, and over towards Brownsville. A little better chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm. We can't rule it out that it could be a gusty shower or thunderstorm. It's just that the coverage of rain tends to be a lot lower here today, as we still have some dry air that's obviously in place. And that's making it feel not terribly bad when it comes down to the humidity levels across the Mid-South. So temperatures this morning started off in the upper 60s and low 70s. We'll quickly ramp up into the low 90s. 92 is about where we should be for this time of the year. And we'll see the temperatures staying in the low 90s this afternoon. Could there be an isolated shower or thunderstorm? Yeah, it's a possibility. Dropping in from the Missouri Boot Heel, western Kentucky, Lake and Obion counties up in northwest Tennessee. Those areas will be the spots to watch out for late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Temperatures will ease their way down into the lower to middle 70s to start off on your Tuesday morning, starting off under mostly clear skies as well. We'll continue with the mixture of clouds and sunshine throughout the day, and a touch warmer for your Tuesday. Highs will top out low to mid 90s. Probably a little bit warmer in northwest Mississippi and eastern Arkansas. Some spots will likely make a run for maybe 93, 94 degrees tomorrow afternoon. It should be a fairly quiet evening ahead going into Tuesday into early Wednesday. Muggy meter not off the charts. Remember last week, this thing was pegged out for the entire week. We were talking about some very muggy conditions across the area. This week, It's still muggy. It's just not as bad as it was. And you will see that there will be some ebbs and flows here, but really and truly, it's pretty steady state across the board. So when you look at the air temperature versus the heat index, 92 versus a 99. So 92 for a high temperature, but it feels like temperature is as high as about 99 today. Notice as we get towards the end of the week, it's closer to about 105. That's, again, standard fare for this time of year. That's still plenty hot. You still need to take care of yourself in that type of situation, just because it is going to be plenty hot and not very many opportunities for seeing showers and thunderstorms here in the next few days. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime. You can download the First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Upon the 7-day forecast, 92 goes to 94 tomorrow and Wednesday up to 96 as we head towards the end of the week. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple select spots, especially eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, making a run for maybe 97, 98 degrees as we head towards the weekend. And there will be a disturbance that could kick up a shower or thunderstorm as we head towards the weekend, including today, for that matter. An isolated shower or thunderstorm mainly to the north of the I-40 corridor late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Could have some frequent lightning, gusty wind potential, and not completely off of the table. But again, the coverage tends to be pretty isolated.
Medical professionals are providing extended warnings when it comes to protecting yourself in our Mid-South summer heat. Doctors suggest you have a plan to beat the heat before it becomes too hot to handle. Centers for Disease Control says humidity, personal factors like age, weight, medical conditions can increase your chance of having a bad reaction to the hot weather. Arkansas Department of Health say damage may already be done if you wait until you're thirsty to drink water.
We are really in an excessive heat wave times right now, and every year over 1,500 Americans die due to heat stroke and heat-related illness.
And keep in mind, you need 240 ounces of water or 12 20-ounce cups a day to properly replenish your body. There are 2 new Baseball Hall of Famers, including one many Mid-South fans rooted for with the Redbirds parent club. Scott Rolen's a Hall of Famer, 7-time All-Star, going in as a Cardinal. He spent 6 seasons in St. Louis, winning the 2004 NLC's MVP, playing a key role in their 2006 World Series win. Rolen, in his induction speech, first thing on his mind, some advice from his old man.
I believe in putting in the quantity to know what quality is. I believe in the process, I believe in the approach, I believe in the work, and am forever grateful for this advice. Well, Dad, I did that then.
And congratulations to Scott Rolen reaching the Hall of Fame. After grinding through the minor league for years, a native Memphian is having a career year. Oakland A's outfielder Brent Rooker, who starred at Evangelical Christian School and in Starkville at Mississippi State before going pro, played in his first All-Star game in Seattle last week. After years of going back and forth between AAA and the big leagues, the 901 product is having a breakout year. Hearing his name announced pregame and then hitting a double in his first at-bat was as cool as it gets. Listen.
That was one of the more special moments, I think, just kind of getting that realization that I actually was there and I actually made the team, and I'm surrounded by all these players who are just unbelievable with their craft and have had years and years of success in this league, and to know that I just kind of was getting to experience that in that way was really, really cool. No, I mean, I knew I hit it well. I thought it was going to be in the gap for double, but I didn't think I got enough to be a homer. So that was fun. That was another cool part of it, was being able to get in there and actually get a hit, contribute to the game in some way. And just kind of made the experience that much more special.
You can check out the exclusive full-feature interview with sports anchor Matt Infield and Rooker. It's on our website right now, actionnews5.com. Memphis Showboats poised to keep rolling in the Bluff City for another 2 seasons at least. Showboats likely play in Memphis through at least 2025. USFL told us a resolution requesting a 2-year agreement between Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium and the league will be heard tomorrow. The Showboats were already confirmed to return next year. This resolution would extend it to another year beyond that. Okay, imagine a toddler learns to walk and talk, and then all of a sudden they start regressing inside of themselves. And that's what happens to children born with a rare genetic disorder. It's called Rett syndrome. It steals a child's ability to talk or use any sort of voluntary motor movement. There is no cure for Rett syndrome, but for the first time, these children have some hope to stop the progression and even reverse the effects. Take a look.
Hi, my name is Anushka Shah, and I turned 19 a month back.
Anushka just graduated from high school with a 3.75 GPA and now has her sights set on college.
I have become really fascinated by technology and interested in exploring this more in college.
She has Rett syndrome, unable to speak or use her hands. She uses her eyes to communicate.
I communicate using this eye gaze device, meaning that I control it with my eyes. I know I am the coolest.
Anushka overcomes challenges every single day.
There's no treatment for Rett syndrome, only medicines and therapies to help the symptoms. That is, until now.
We have now the first FDA-approved treatment for Rett syndrome, a drug called trofinetide, or Daybue.
The drug could stop the syndrome before it takes hold.
It targets the genetic changes. It's not a cure, but it's the first step.
Pediatric neurologist Robin Reither has seen it turn the clock back for some of her patients.
We have one young woman, for example, who has regained verbal speech, and she has over 30 words now, and she's been on drug for over 2 years.
Anushka has not taken the drug just yet, but is looking forward to a bright future, helping people like her get their voices heard. Recently, she took center stage at the Missouri State Capitol.
I am really honored to have had the opportunity to share my voice on stage.
One thing I can say is she always inspires us.
Has impacted.
Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, do you know what that is? Does anybody out there know what that is? It looks like a submarine, doesn't it? It's actually Regional 1's Wound Care Center, the hyperbaric chamber facility. In fact, it is the only facility in Tennessee where patients can receive treatment in a multi-place hyperbaric oxygen chamber, accommodating up to 12 patients at one time. This is an incredible state-of-the-art facility. It's also state-of-the-art therapy that delivers additional oxygen to the bloodstream, which really sparks the body's own healing process, making it possible to heal various wounds and conditions that have failed with other treatments. Let's bring in Dr. Tony Aliman, Medical Director of the Wound Care Center at Regional 1 Health. Dr. Aliman, good morning. How are you?
Good, very good. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you being there. I like your background very much. And, you know, many people might not know anything about hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Tell us what that is.
So what we can do is put people in our chamber in the background that you see, and we deliver them 100% oxygen to help a variety of conditions. For example, diabetic foot wounds, carbon monoxide poisoning, central retinal artery occlusion, sudden sensory neural hearing loss. There's a lot of things that we can help by giving them high-dose oxygen under pressure.
And how does oxygen help heal wounds that people have?
Well, after a certain number of treatments, the oxygen will help the body start growing new blood vessels into tissues that are oxygen deficient. So if it senses there's a wound and the wound is there because of a lack of oxygen, if it doesn't have enough oxygen, it can't heal. So the body senses that, and it grows blood vessels into these areas, and that's how it helps them heal.
That sounds fantastic. And we're looking at the facility that you have there at Regional 1 Health. Can you talk about some of the advantages of having a multi-place oxygen chamber? I've never really heard about that.
Sure. Well, we can treat more than one patient at a time. And the beauty about these is that you can have a nurse or a technician or more than one nurse in there for, say, a critical care patient. We have somebody on a ventilator. You'd have to have a nurse in there to tend to the patient's needs while they're getting their treatment. Some places will treat critical care in monoplace chambers, but you don't have access to them in the event that you have a medical emergency.
You mentioned some of the conditions that this therapy can help. Can you tell us a little bit more about some of the other conditions, maybe some that you've personally dealt with in your capacity?
I think this hyperbaric oxygen started by treating decompression sickness. So divers occasionally will get decompression sickness when they're diving, and they either come up too fast or stay down too long, etc. And so it first started as an application to treat decompression sickness. Since then, we found that it can treat a lot of other conditions. We have treated some decompression sickness in this chamber. We have treated air gas embolus, crush injuries, a lot of what we call compromised flaps, where tissues aren't getting enough blood flow right after they have surgery. If they're the surgeons are trying to cover an area, and the blood supply is compromised to some degree.
What about some of the specific cases that you've dealt with, and how have some of those cases worked to the betterment of the patient that you've had to deal with?
So I had one gentleman who had radiation to his throat, and he had so much swelling in his vocal cords that he required a tracheostomy. And this man came to us, all he wanted to do was get back to work. So we gave him 30 treatments of oxygen, and at the end of his treatment, they took his tracheostomy out, and he was back to work. Another gentleman had bleeding from his rectum due to radiation, and when he first came in, he was in a wheelchair. And within 2 weeks, he was walking, and within 6 weeks, he was back to work. So these are life-changing events that can help patients for the problems that it's indicated.
Describe a treatment session. I mean, is it something over a long period of time? Is it something that's really fast? Take us through it.
So a patient will go into our chamber, and we put on a clear plastic hood over their head, and they get oxygen through some hoses. One brings the oxygen in, and the other one exhausts it out. The treatment lasts about 2 hours, give or take a few minutes, and it depends on how long it takes them to get down and come back up if somebody's having problems clearing their ears. But it takes about 2 hours. They can, if we have enough place, they can lay down, they can sleep, they can read, and we even have a TV in there they can watch TV.
That's not bad. All right, yeah. In some of these serious cases, doctor, you talk about various people being able to do things after traumatic injury. How many treatments does a patient need, typically?
Well, it depends on the condition that we're treating. If we're treating decompression sickness, they may get 1 or 2, maybe 3 treatments, rarely more than that. If we're treating, say, a crush injury from trauma, they'll get about 14 treatments. If we're treating a diabetic foot wound, they're going to get probably about 30 treatments. And a lot of the radiation problems will get 40 treatments. So it depends on the condition that determines how many treatments a patient would need.
Anything else you want to touch on, doctor, before we let you go?
No, other than it's probably the best kept secret in Memphis. The number one, that we have this chamber. Some of the doctors in our hospital, I don't think even know that we have this chamber. But the other thing is that there's so many conditions that it can help. And my job as medical director of the Regional 1 Center is to inform other doctors how we can help their patients and get them better faster.
All right. All right, Dr. Tony Aliman, Medical Director, Wound Care Center at Regional One Health. I appreciate you breaking it down for us, the hyperbaric chamber therapy and what it does and how it helps so many people across the Mid-South. Thanks very much for the knowledge this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's switch things up for just a minute here. Let's go to the state of Arkansas right now, because most people assume that worms are harmless. But check out this worm. This is considered a dangerous piece of a species of a worm that's been spotted in Arkansas. It's called the hammerhead worm. It's been found in Greene County, according to the University of Arkansas's Division of Agriculture. And this is a dangerous species, according to a number of different state leaders there. In fact, let's bring in one right now. I'm joined now by Vic Ford. He's the Senior Associate Vice President Extension for the University of Arkansas System Division of Agriculture. Mr. Ford, are you in Fayetteville? Where are you exactly?
No, sir. I'm in Little Rock.
Little Rock.
I'm
okay.
office. Yes, sir.
All right. So let's talk about this, because this, you know, I'm looking at this picture. I was looking at it earlier. I mean, it almost looks like a, you know, if you didn't know, it looked fine, but it does have that unusual head, like a hammerhead shark. Tell me more about this.
This is not really a worm as we would think about as an earthworm. This is a flatworm, and if many of us have had basic biology, remember flatworms are called planarias, and this is a land-based planaria. They reproduce by primarily this one does by breaking pieces of that long tail off and forming new worms. The worm mouth and anal orifice is the same organ. So they suck it up and expel it from the same location. The mouth actually is lower down on the worm. It's not at the head. The head is a sensory organ. There are some eye spots there. And it is a predator. It is a predator for earthworms. It's introduced from Asia. They're found in the United States now in the southern coastal Gulf states and have made their way up into Arkansas. In South Arkansas, we started seeing them about 10 years ago, and now they're making their way up to the northern part of the state. They're earthworm predators. Get no mistake about that. They are affecting the earthworm populations in the state. And what they do, as you see what this one here is doing on with this earthworm, it has a toxin in the slime, which is the same toxin that's in pufferfish. It's extremely deadly, and it paralyzes the worm, and it then literally digests the worm right there and sucks it up into the worm itself, the hammerhead worm, and goes on about its business. They can be up to maybe a couple feet long. Again, pieces of the tail break off, and that's how new worms mostly are formed. There have been egg cases found for the planaria, but most of those worms come from those broken off segments. One of the things we do not do if we're trying to control these things is chop them up, because each piece becomes another worm. So essentially you're creating more worms if you chop them up. So what we try to do is tell people to use salt or citrus oil or even vinegar to kill them that way, and that way they don't get to make more worms by chopping them up into smaller pieces.
Okay, let me jump in here, because what you said is very like sci-fi and and almost scary in a way. So you're saying that you see this worm, and then if you were to chop the worm up, it would immediately grow kind of a head and a tail. Explain that to me.
It would essentially create another head and body, and it'll take a few days, but it'll become another worm.
Okay, that is shocking to me. I've never heard that before. So the best way, in what I'm seeing, is the best way to take care of this, if you perhaps run across this unusual worm, is what?
The best thing, we don't need to report, because we know there are we're not really trying to get people to let us know that they're there, but the best way to do, if you see one, is to apply salt or apply citrus oil or apply vinegar and kill the worm when you can. And don't let pets get into it. Do not handle it. It can form a rash on people because of the toxin. And if the pets or child eats it, it can make them sick. So it's one of those things you don't want to get, handle or get up close and personal with.
Okay, so let's talk about the environmental impact, because we know that, there's a lot of agriculture in the state of Arkansas, a lot of farmers out there. Traditionally, you want worms in the soil. It helps create a healthy environment for crops, but this is a very different worm, as you mentioned. It's not really that traditional earthworm you're talking about. Give me a more in-depth response to the environmental impact of this hammerhead worm. This
is kind of we have another kind of earthworm introduced to called the jumping worm, and that's another story. But we have impact-wise, as we don't really know, and that's probably the best question. We're thinking this is primarily in moist areas. So in terms of an agriculture field, I don't think we're going to have a problem. I think it may impact some of our moist soils in, say, forest or gardens or landscape plantings and that kind of thing. I think that will be the largest impact. I'm more concerned with the direct impact on pets and humans right now in terms of people getting into this and having a reaction or getting sick. But the impact on the earthworm population is going to be there. And we really right now don't have any good numbers for that. So I can't really give you how many tons of soil are being turned over before after these things, but I suspect that there will be a significant impact, particularly on localized locations.
So let's talk a little bit about what happens if there is a human, a person that comes upon this and doesn't know how to handle it properly, maybe perhaps picks it up if it's a child. What can this worm do to a person, specifically a child?
Wash it. Wash the hands. Contact this. Again, that toxin, if it's ingested, can make you very sick. Depending on and how much, it could be even more serious than that. Getting it on the slime on your hands can cause a rash. The toxin can be absorbed through the skin. So I would suggest, if you handle it, you're going to put on gloves. Use a hoe or something else to get rid of it. But for goodness sakes, again, do not chop the thing up. You talk about science fiction. If you work where people are exposed to planaria in basic biology, whether in high school or in college, and they'll split one down the middle and it forms two heads, or it forms pieces, complete worms from pieces. But they've also shown that planaria, when you create new planaria from cutting this off, the memories are transferred to those pieces. That's kind of more even scientific science fiction going into science fact. So those things are really devastating. They're unusual. They're something we have not had in this country. But again, don't handle them. Do not cut them up. You put salt, citrus oil, vinegar on them, and use gloves if you got to pick one up.
Yeah. So you mentioned it's in the state of Arkansas, and we broadcast to Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Tell me if there's been any spotted in Mississippi or Tennessee.
Yes, they have been all along the Gulf Coast. It's been there for a while. And Tennessee, I have not heard of any, but I would not be surprised if they're in, say, the Memphis area. From there. So they're really spread by the horticulture industry. They're in with the rest of the root ball or in a pot and then transferred that way. And I think that's how they got into this country and how they're getting spread across the country.
Well, Vic, this has been very fascinating, and I appreciate you enlightening us on this issue and this problem, and we're just kind of getting the word out. Is there anything else that we can let our viewers know about this worm? And we already know what to do if someone comes in contact with it. Don't touch it without gloves. Don't hesitate to kill the worm. Best way to do it is in a bucket with salt, vinegar, or hot water, citrus, as you mentioned. What else can we say?
I think the thing is that we have to be careful what we bring in this country, and everything we bring in has an impact. And there are impacts with bringing this individual species into the country. And it's going to affect the earthworm populations because it is a predator. I think the best thing we can do is we find one, we get rid of it. And the long-term impact is unknown right now. So I think folks need to, be on the lookout. If you're a gardener, you see this thing, you know what to do. Get rid of it, and we'll work from there. But we don't really have any good information right now in terms of impact right now. A lot of speculation, but nothing based on good fact.
You mentioned horticulture. Does it kill plants?
It does not affect the plants. It's an earthworm predator. I mean, that's what it feeds on. That's what it's programmed to do.
Gotcha. All right, Vic Ford, University of Arkansas Division of Agriculture. Really appreciate this in-depth interview on this hammerhead worm. Thanks very much for alerting us to it. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much for having me.
Take a live look from our High 5 camera. Downtown Memphis, 84 degrees already at 10:26. Traffic running smoothly on the I-40 bridge. Going to be a great day today. Lots of sunshine. Relatively normal conditions. No triple-digit heat, no severe thunderstorms, nothing like that. You take another look from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. Blue skies all around here, as you can see downtown off in the distance. It's going to be a great day, and for the most part this week we're going to see kind of the similar pattern throughout the whole week. Patrick Ellis has details on your forecast.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as all of the Action News 5 digital properties. Today, the weather pretty quiet for us across the Mid-South, expecting mostly to partly sunny skies. A rogue shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out this afternoon. Otherwise, again, a pretty standard fare when it comes down to forecasts across the Mid-South here on a Monday and in the latter half of July. The best rain chances will likely be along and north of the I-40 corridor, so places like Blytheville up towards Dyersburg, Ripley, Tennessee, Alamo, Covington, and over towards Brownsville. A little better chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm. We can't rule it out that it could be a gusty shower or thunderstorm. It's just that the coverage of rain tends to be a lot lower here today, as we still have some dry air that's obviously in place. And that's making it feel not terribly bad when it comes down to the humidity levels across the Mid-South. So temperatures this morning started off in the upper 60s and low 70s. We'll quickly ramp up into the low 90s. 92 is about where we should be for this time of the year. And we'll see the temperatures staying in the low 90s this afternoon. Could there be an isolated shower or thunderstorm? Yeah, it's a possibility. Dropping in from the Missouri Boot Hill, western Kentucky, Lake and Obion counties up in northwest Tennessee. Those areas will be the spots to watch out for late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Temperatures will ease their way down into the lower to middle 70s to start off on your Tuesday morning, starting off under mostly clear skies as well. We'll continue with the mixture of clouds and sunshine throughout the day, and a touch warmer for your Tuesday. Highs will top out low to mid 90s. Probably a little bit warmer in northwest Mississippi and eastern Arkansas. Some spots will likely make a run for maybe 93, 94 degrees tomorrow afternoon. It should be a fairly quiet evening ahead going into Tuesday into early Wednesday. Muggy meter not off the charts. Remember last week, this thing was pegged out for the entire week. We were talking about some very muggy conditions across the area. This week, it's still muggy. It's just not as bad as it was, and you will see that there will be some ebbs and flows here, but really and truly it's pretty steady state across the board. So when you look at the air temperature versus the heat index, 92 versus a 99. So 92 for a high temperature, but it feels like temperature is as high as about 99 today. Notice as we get towards the end of the week, it's closer to about 105. That's, again, standard fare for this time of year. That's still plenty hot. You still need to take care of yourself in that type of situation, just because it is going to be plenty hot and not very many opportunities for seeing showers and thunderstorms here in the next few days. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime. You can download the First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Upon the 7-day forecast, 92 goes to 94 tomorrow and Wednesday up to 96 as we head towards the end of the week. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple select spots, especially eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, making a run for maybe 97, 98 degrees as we head towards the weekend. And there will be a disturbance that could kick up a shower or thunderstorm as we head towards the weekend, including today, for that matter. An isolated shower or thunderstorm mainly to the north of the I-40 corridor late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Could have some frequent lightning, gusty wind potential, and not completely off of the table. But again, the coverage tends to be pretty isolated.
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Did you know that 78% of Americans, that's a big number, 78% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck with no money left over to save for emergencies? You got 54% of millennials that are concerned about student loans and 66% of adults that don't have a budget. And that's not even including what we're dealing with at the gas pump every single time we fill up, or at the grocery store when we buy groceries. Raging inflation right now is certainly all anyone can deal with, and certainly they can't escape it all. But let's talk about financial literacy for a moment here. Tammy Trenter is a financial literacy advocate, founder and CEO of Family Financial. Tammy, thank you for joining us. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, these are some brutal statistics here, and I want to hear about maybe some of the ways to get out of these issues or resolve some problems that people might have living paycheck to paycheck. One of the things you talk about is working backwards. What is that?
Well, it's fascinating how the simple act of memorializing your goals and creating a path, it just facilitates you getting there. And so when I say work backwards, I think everyone should have a financial plan where they outline their goals and they have an end game. And so if we can determine what the end game is, then we can work backwards to help clients to achieve their goals.
Another one is pay yourself first, and so we obviously get paid, some of us weekly, some of us bi-weekly or bi-monthly. What exactly does that mean, pay yourself first?
Well, as you mentioned, a lot of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and it's a tough place to be when you're being faced with inflation and when you potentially are at risk of losing a job. So, I always advocate carving out a way to pay yourself. There's this concept of immediate gratification and delayed gratification when it comes to not our essential needs, but our wants. And so, if you can create a savings of 10% or more from what you earn in a month, may not sound like a lot, but it does build up and it gives you a little bit of a cushion when times get tough.
Of course, taxes and the tax bill is always something to keep in mind. What's your advice on dealing with taxes every year?
Well, particularly when you have people that are in the gig business where you're receiving 1099s or you're a business owner. I can't tell you how many clients got a surprise tax bill this year and they couldn't figure out how they were going to pay for it. So if you are a 1099 worker or you're self-employed, make sure you set aside, at least 20 to 25% for taxes when the time comes.
Okay, and some people, of course, have credit card debt. They have some other debt and expenses. What's the best way to right your ship or right the ship?
So if you find that you have an insurmountable amount of credit card debt, I would list every single account that you have. I would look at the credit cards that have the highest interest rate and start working towards paying those down. Credit card rates, I know American Express has got to be close to 30% now with the raise in interest rates. If you have the ability to, you can do a balance transfer that might float you 0% for a period of time, but don't just float along with it. Be aggressive and try to pay down that debt.
And finally, be your own financial advocate. What does that mean?
Well, I find that there are so many people who need good financial advice. They make decisions maybe because it's an impulsive decision or it's a want, and perhaps they don't think through all of the implications. For everything that you do with your money, there is we could say for every action, there's a reaction and there's some counter effect. And so you want to look at things holistically. I always encourage people to be their own financial advocate. If they're unable to, whether they just don't have the knowledge or maybe they don't have the desire, avail yourself to someone who can advocate for you.
Okay, Tammy Trenta, founder and CEO of Family Financial. We appreciate all your advice. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
This is Tennessee in 10. Headlines and weather from around the state in less than 10 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Amanda Hara at WSMV in Nashville, and here's a look at one of the big stories that's unfolding not just in the mid-state, but across the state and across the country as well. A Tennessee trucker was attacked by a police canine, even though he had his hands in the air, and even though you can hear one officer telling another officer not to release the dog. Take a listen.
Do not release the dog with his hands up. Do not release the dog with his hands up. Don't. Do not get the dog off of him.
You can hear the conflicting commands there. This happened July 4th in Circleville, Ohio, which is near Columbus. State police say Jadarius Rose did not stop for one of those truck inspections and that they ultimately had to use spike strips to get him to stop. Rose, who's a trucker from Memphis, gets out of the truck. He gets different commands from state police and Circleville police and then just kind of stands there with his arms in the air. That's when a Circleville officer sends his dog to attack Rose, even though a state highway patrol officer tells him not to. Once in handcuffs, you can hear Rose questioning what had just happened.
Just let a dog bite me. All you had to do was come to me. I was coming, all the guns pointing at me. How do you expect me to respect you? You got a gun pointing at me. It's like 20 of y'all.
All right, so no word on whether or not any of the officers involved are going to be disciplined. Rose, though, we do know is charged with a felony, failure to comply. Now the NAACP is weighing in on this video.
He paid no attention, and I'm sure he was not hearing impaired. He did not pay attention. He elected to leash those dogs. The police are here to protect and serve.
All right, more to come as that story develops. Meanwhile, the Titans have unveiled their brand new Oilers throwback jerseys. They're a remix of those jerseys the Houston Oilers wore for 2 decades. The Tennessee Oilers also wore them when the team first moved to town. The Titans will wear them twice this season, both times playing at home. And a UT football player is helping train people to use AED machines. Vols receiver Brew McCoy is working with the Peyton Walker Foundation on this. That organization honors the 19-year-old who went into cardiac arrest 10 years ago and died. This weekend, McCoy donated AED machines to several youth sports organizations across Tennessee.
I think seeing it in the sport that you play and what happened with Damar Hamlin and being able to learn the history looking back, I think partnering with the Peyton Walker Foundation provided just a perfect platform, the opportunity for me to give back to a community for something that's extremely important and prevalent right now.
Well, Ed Sheeran fans got 2 shows Saturday night, one at Nissan Stadium and then another when Ed Sheeran just made a surprise visit to Santa's Pub, which is in South Nashville. He did a karaoke performance, handed out special T-shirts. He says it was all in celebration of breaking the attendance record there at Nissan Stadium.
Good morning, I'm Casey Wheelis in the WVLT newsroom. It is back to school time for a lot of people in East Tennessee, and there's a big concern about staffing shortages, specifically teachers. Officials in Blount County, though, say they only have 1 position open and it should be filled any day now. On top of that, they have a new teacher academy to help get new teachers prepared. BCS paired new teachers with returning teachers to give them a support system throughout the year. Now, Dr. Courtney Whitehead is with BCS. She says schools need to do more to retain and recruit teachers. That's why they partnered with Maryville College on their new initiative to keep teachers happy and healthy.
So we have recognized that our teachers, we have an outstanding competitive salary package, but we need more. And so with Gen Z, we have learned that they want a mentorship. They want feedback, they want coaching, and they want to grow. Fit Green Happy is a way that you can do that and stay healthy.
School officials say they've hired 85 new teachers for the upcoming school year. In total, the district has around 800 teachers, and over 50% of the district's principals are Blount County school graduates. And we do have a tragic story from Norris Lake over the weekend. A child died after two boats crashed into each other. The TWRA says the two boats, one was 18 feet, the other 24 feet, crashed into each other near the landing marina. Two people were able to swim to shore. One child died. This is the 18th boating death in Tennessee this year. If the pace continues, we're on track to outpace last year's numbers. The TWRA says this time of the year brings in large crowds to the water, leaving them congested.
A lot of boats out there, sometimes in close proximity to one another, and sometimes they do collide because there aren't any traffic lanes, there's no stop signs or traffic lights or signals or anything. There's boats going all directions out there, so it does create some dangerous situations sometimes.
Now, they want you to always wear a life jacket, don't ever drink in boat, and make sure you're always aware of your surroundings, especially in some of these crowded areas where there's marinas or put-ins. In Monroe County, authorities arrested a man over the weekend for impersonating a law enforcement officer. The sheriff there says the man tried to rob a couple over the weekend, then told the victims he was an undercover police officer before driving away. He even had blue flashing lights. The sheriff says if you're ever unsure if a person is actually an officer, you can always call 911. He says law enforcement officers always carry credentials and they'll notify dispatchers if they're taking action. From the WVLT Newsroom, I'm Casey Wheelis. Those are some of your top stories from East Tennessee.
Here are your top stories from the Mid-South. Later this morning, dignitaries and a Memphis family will gather at the Veterans Administration Medical Center in Memphis to celebrate a new name for that hospital complex. It will now be named after Lieutenant Colonel Luke Weathers, an American hero from Memphis who was one of the famed Tuskegee Airmen, the pilots who became the very first African-American aviators to serve in the U.S. military. The renaming ceremony will be at 10 o'clock this morning. And the city of Memphis was lit up in red as hundreds of firemen and law enforcement lined up to honor a fallen firefighter. The Sea of Red was in memory of Lieutenant Jeffrey Norman, who was killed in a fire last week in South Memphis. Lieutenant Norman's funeral is set for this coming Wednesday at Bellevue Baptist Church. Those are your headlines from the Mid-South.
Heat and humidity are going to take center stage across the state as we go through the week and all the way into this weekend. We are going to toss in a spotty shower or thunderstorm today and a couple of other days as we head into the weekend, but it's not really going to be anything overly widespread. Temperatures 80s and lower 90s today. 91 Nashville, Knoxville 88, Chattanooga near 90, Jackson 90, and Memphis at 91. Here's late today and overnight tonight. A good line of scattered showers and thunderstorms will try to work its way through, but should fall apart as it gets through the state. That being said, any thunderstorm could still have a nice downpour to go along with it. Even a lingering shower tomorrow morning as we wake up in the 70s. A spotty shower not being ruled out in the afternoon. Most of us will end up staying dry. 89 Knoxville. It's 90 in Chattanooga for tomorrow. We're upper 80s and lower 90s around Nashville. Right around 90 in Jackson. Memphis coming in at 92. More heat and humidity coming the rest of this week. We could see heat index values back into the triple digits by the end of the week and the weekend.
All right, Stefano, thanks. That's a look at your forecast and your headlines across the state. Thanks for joining us for Tennessee in 10. I'm Amanda Hara.
Well, life is full of transitions, isn't it? I mean, you think about it. Throughout your life, no matter what season, big or small, we're constantly going through transitions. Some are planned, others are unexpected. No matter how they happen, it can be challenging for us. It could be anything from getting married, moving to a new house, a new job, thinking about retirement, going into retirement. So how do we handle this the best way possible? Let's bring in someone, an expert, who can really kind of help us with life's transition. I'm joined now by licensed professional counselor Elizabeth Drain. She's with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare to talk more about life's transitions and how to handle them. If you had the best piece of advice, Elizabeth, the number one piece of advice when people are going through transitions, what would it be first and foremost? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
First, most importantly, I would like to say it's very important to understand that, you know, different transitions, everyone handles differently, you know, depending on one's personality coping mechanisms, support system, all of those things make a difference in terms of how you handle life transitions. However, I would like to discuss 8 coping strategies that can be implemented daily to assist you in navigating these challenges. Okay, so the first one I would say, accept change as a normal part of life. Transitions in life are the easiest for those who possess this attitude. I would also recommend identifying and express your feelings. While trying to push away feelings or fear and anxiety is normal, acknowledging them can help you get over them faster and make them real by writing them down and taking the time to reflect on them. You can reduce these influences over you by acknowledging and expressing these emotions.
So let me ask you what you said off the first one, Elizabeth. You mentioned change is a normal part of life. You know, there are so many people out there that says, I don't like change. I like doing what I'm doing right now. I don't want to change. Where do people have the most problems when it comes to transitions? Is it something that they're dealing with before the transition, the thoughts in their head before actually doing it, or is it something else?
I would say it's probably a combination of all of those things. You know, we're most comfortable with things that we're familiar with. And so when life throws us what I would call change or curveballs, things that we were not expecting, then it takes us out of our comfort zone. And so now we're having challenges navigating the change because it's unfamiliar to us. So absolutely.
You know, I know you mentioned 8 coping strategies, and I want you to continue with that. But I do want to have a little dialogue here because I find it interesting that you're right. I mean, like, we're all going through transitions. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, raising children, of course, and buying a house, getting married, moving to a new city, starting a new job. I mean, everyone's going through that. And you mentioned, you know, right after accepting the fact that there's going to be change in your life, identifying your feelings and expressing your feelings. I mean, it's so important to just, you know, understand why you're feeling the way that you feel, right?
Absolutely. When you can understand and process how you're feeling, why you're feeling those that way, then it makes it a little bit easier for you to cope or plan ahead and problem solve around those feelings that you're having. And as I mentioned, writing those feelings down gives you the opportunity to reflect on them. You know, oftentimes when we're thinking about things, we just reminisce over and over and over, and it just kind of stays stuck in our head. So when we put it on paper, it kind of makes things real, and it gives us the opportunity to process what we're thinking and not just think about it.
I totally agree. So, so continue on with your list of 8 coping strategies.
Okay, so the third one would be focus on the payoff. Consider the lesson you have taken away from previous transitions. Recall the steps you took and what you learned and achieved at each stage, such as changes can offer, you know, useful time to self-reflect, learning to overcome fears and dealing with uncertainty. So just kind of thinking about the payoff, can be helpful as well. Number 4, I would say kind of what we just spoke about. Expect to be uncomfortable. You know, a time of transition can be confusing. It is a normal feeling to feel insecure and anxious, but these feelings are part of the process and they will pass. Absolutely. Number 5, I think it's a really big one. You know, stay sober. It is not a good idea to use alcohol or drugs at this difficult and confusing time, it might make things even more challenging. So I think it's very important to manage, your alcohol consumption or drug use during this time.
Yeah, staying sober. I want to hit on that too, because a lot of times people are so nervous. They're concerned about the transition, wanting it to go so well. They're nervous. They might have a drink or two or three, and suddenly they're not sober, and so their thinking is a little bit off base. But staying sober is so important in these critical transitions. I love that. And then expecting it to be uncomfortable. I always tell people, including my kids, I always tell them, hey, look, that first year of being in a new city, a new job, give yourself some time, because it's going to take a while. You're going to be uncomfortable. But if you just focus on the tasks at hand, focus on the payoff, like you said, it's going to be okay. And staying sober and expect a little bit of uncomfortableness for a while, it'll come through in the end. But I'm enjoying these 8 strategies. Please continue.
Okay, number 6, build your support system. Seek the support of your friends, your family members. Transition period is a great opportunity to seek a counselor's assistance, and especially for someone that may have a limited support system, the counselor can definitely help guide them through the transition process in a safe and supportive environment. Number 7, acknowledge what you are leaving behind. The first step toward accepting the new is accepting and letting go of the past to make room for the new. And then number 8 is normal to feel as though your life is out of control. Find one tiny thing you can control right now to help you feel more in control.
Is there one aspect that you find people struggle with the most, Elizabeth?
I would say managing their thoughts, because our thoughts kind of drive every emotion, feeling that we have. So I find that people struggle the most with managing the thoughts that they're having, which is why number 8 is really, really important, because if you narrow that focus and focus on the thing that you can control, or even narrow it down to one tiny thing, then it gives you more of a sense of control over what's going on.
I love the list of 8. Is there a place where people can find that list and maybe some other helpful hints online?
Well, yes. Go to the Methodist EAP website, and all of our newsletters are on there. This was this month's newsletter, so they'll be able to access this information on there.
Okay, and what is the web address?
Methodist Healthcare Employee Assistance Program.org.
Okay, so methodisthealth.org.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right. Well, listen, Elizabeth Drain, I really appreciate your time. Thank you for laying it out for us, some of the issues that some people have when it comes to getting through those transitions in life. I think it really helped people to just kind of talk about it and let people know that, hey, this is a part of life. This is something that everyone goes through, and here's a way to handle it effectively. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as all of the Action News 5 digital properties. Today, the weather pretty quiet for us across the Mid-South, expecting mostly to partly sunny skies. A rogue shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out this afternoon. Otherwise, again, a pretty standard fare when it comes down to forecasts across the Mid-South here on a Monday and in the latter half of July. The best rain chances will likely be along and north of the I-40 corridor, so places like Blytheville up towards Dyersburg, Ripley, Tennessee, Alamo, Covington, and over towards Brownsville. A little better chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm. We can't rule it out that it could be a gusty shower or thunderstorm. It's just that the coverage of rain tends to be a lot lower here today, as we still have some dry air that's obviously in place, and that's making it feel not terribly bad when it comes down to the humidity levels across the Mid-South. So temperatures this morning started off in the upper 60s and low 70s. We'll quickly ramp up into the low 90s. 92 is about where we should be for this time of the year, and we'll see the temperatures staying in the low 90s this afternoon. Could there be an isolated shower or thunderstorm? Yeah, it's a possibility, dropping in from the Missouri Boot Heel, western Kentucky, Lake and Obion counties up in northwest Tennessee. Those areas will be the spots to watch out for late this afternoon into the early evening hours. Temperatures will ease their way down into the lower to middle 70s to start off on your Tuesday morning, starting off under mostly clear skies as well. We'll continue with the mixture of clouds and sunshine throughout the day, and a touch warmer for your Tuesday. Highs will top out low to mid 90s. Probably a little bit warmer in northwest Mississippi and eastern Arkansas. Some spots will likely make a run for maybe 93, 94 degrees tomorrow afternoon. It should be a fairly quiet evening ahead going into Tuesday into early Wednesday. Muggy meter not off the charts. Remember last week, this thing was pegged out for the entire week. We were talking about some very muggy conditions across the area. This week, it's still muggy. It's just not as bad as it was, and you will see that there will be some ebbs and flows here, but really and truly it's pretty steady state across the board. So when you look at the air temperature versus the heat index, 92 versus a 99. So 92 for a high temperature, but it feels like temperature is as high as about 99 today. Notice as we get towards the end of the week, it's closer to about 105. That's, again, standard fare for this time of year. That's still plenty hot. You still need to take care of yourself in that type of situation, just because it is going to be plenty hot and not very many opportunities for seeing showers and thunderstorms here in the next few days. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime. You can download the First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Upon the 7-day forecast, 92 goes to 94 tomorrow and Wednesday up to 96 as we head towards the end of the week. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple select spots, especially eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, making a run for maybe 97, 98 degrees as we head towards the weekend. And there will be a disturbance that could kick up a shower or thunderstorm as we head towards the weekend, including today, for that matter, an isolated shower.
That does it for us here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Coming up on Action News 5 midday, we'll be talking about the Germantown water issue, a smash and grab in Covington. Reward goes up for the arson investigation in South Memphis, and Patrick Ellis's 7-day forecast.